We're good. Thank you for your patience.
There you go. What were you want to stand? I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, welcome everyone. Thanks for coming out tonight. Looking ahead here, we got the call done, the adoption of the agenda. Is there a motion to adopt the agenda? Thanks, Pam. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Jill. Discussion? Yes, sir. Sorry. Oh, thank you. Discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Consent agenda, our adoption passes. Consideration of visitors. We have 3 speakers here tonight. 2 of our speakers are new. I just want to make sure to our new speakers, when you speak before the school board and the public, we don't have discussion with you after you speak. So as new speakers, sometimes they stand there thinking, well, they're going to ask me questions or what's going to happen next. So we don't have any discussion. So when you finish your time frame, thank you, and just please take a chair. Now, after you speak, you spend all day with us, all night, or you can leave. But again, we don't have any discussion with you, unless you want them to get back to you on your card, we'll do that. And then, when you're speaking at the 30-second mark, Vanessa has a card, she'll show you 30 seconds to go, then you start winding up your talk. All right? So our first speaker tonight is Mr. Jake Humphrey. Jake? Oh, 2 minutes, Jake.
2 minutes?
Yep.
Hello, school board chair, superintendent, Mr. Cabinet, employees, customers, how are we doing? Last Wednesday, I attended the National Honor Society induction for this year, where they inducted a new panel of kids. You could be an 11th grader or a 12th grader. 38 such kids were inducted this year. The National Honor Society is not just smarts. These people are exemplary in leadership, character, scholarship, and service. And so I just wanted to highlight the people who were inducted quickly. We have Cadence Ballard, Samuel Bergman, Sydney Borchert, Haley Bork, Lincoln Collier, Gage Davis, Gavin Davis, Eleanor Dawson, Andrew Engler, Hunter Farber, Jasmine Fernern, Amelia Gomes, Matthew Hogg, Jack Humphrey, beautiful, smart like his mom, beautiful like his dad, Nolan Kloss, Lorelei Kronfeld, Joseph Lance, Elena Larson, Avery Lee, Emma Lindstrom, William Lohr, Abigail Nimi, Rissa Opp, Annabelle Orpin, Anna Polly, Camelia Ramirez, McKenna Rinnerston, Jeffrey Rakuki, Tanner Rothbauer, Caitlin Schultz, Caleb Sheehan, Amara Stancer, Alexis Sufka, Isabel Stromuski, Annalisa Vang, Serafina Wiles, Olivia Willette, Cassidy Yang. It was a packed PAC, proving once again, parents, we show up, we give love, we get results. So do your part. Thanks.
Thank you, Jake. Our next speaker will be Renee, D-I-P-P-O-N. Renee, library policy.
I'm Renee Tippin, and I'm not much of a public speaker, so I'm going to keep this short, but for the sake of the children, I have to do it. My husband and I grew up in the St. Francis School District, K through 12, and we have 2 young, sweet, innocent daughters in the district, and this is why. Library policy needs revision and to spell out what is not acceptable. So we are here to speak up against explicit sexual and violent content in our books in school libraries.
Well, thank you. That was quick. Next speaker, or last speaker, will be Books and Library by Lulu. Yep. Yes, ma'am.
Mine's quick also. I don't understand why pornography in school books is still an issue. Why is the children being able to have access to this filth so important to some of you, whoever you might be? I'm hoping that you have actually looked at the books that you're promoting to our children And I would like to believe that you wouldn't approve them for your own children or grandchildren, and yet it's being approved for ours. How does this benefit the children? Them reading this, looking at the explicit pictures, how does this benefit them in any way? I believe this is all to destroy our children and our families. There's nothing good that can come out of it. Please don't insult us and say you care about the children. There's nothing in this that is caring about the children. I will pray for those of you that approve this, that God will soften each and every heart and touch and open eyes and ears, that you would see the destruction that you are putting upon the children. Thank you.
Thank you for coming in tonight. All right, next up, consent agenda. Is there a motion to accept consent agenda? Okay, Ms. Pam, is there a second? Thank you. Yes.
I'd like to, pull either the whole approval of disbursements for further discussion, or just two items that I want to have discussion about.
You want to have discussion on which one?
About the PAES.
Okay, what number? 4 point what?
4.3.
4.3, you want discussion on?
Yep.
Only that one?
There's two items on there.
Okay, so go ahead, what's your questions?
Do we want to approve it, and then?
Well, you can go either way. Go ahead.
I would suggest approving all but 4.3 and then coming back, doing a motion to
Okay,
approve
we'll go that
it,
route.
discussion.
Okay. All right, so we have, we have a second for the consent agenda. Jill did? Okay, so we have a second, so discussion will be 4.1, 4.2, 4.4, 4.5, 4.6. All in favor of those? Rob?
Can we just talk about gifts acknowledgement? 4.4.
So,
We don't have to pull it.
you want to have discussion quickly?
Yeah.
Okay, go
There's
ahead.
just a typo in there. Well, first off, thank you to Mr. Starr, the two women, thank you for your donations to the schools. But the last line, his name is spelled wrong. I don't know why he didn't catch it.
I will fix that.
That's the only thing.
Okay, that was taken care of. So again then, all in favor for 1, 4, 2, 4, 4, 4, 5, and 4, 6, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Those pass. Thank you very much. We'll come back to 4.3. 4.3 and next question.
Yep, I just wanted some clarification on what PAES, I don't know what the acronym is for that, productions is and how it's utilized in our classrooms, and then conversation about the sandhill roof replacement.
Yeah, and again, I'd like to thank you for reaching out to me earlier today with those questions, so we could do a little research and so I can give the presentation. And even though that happened, it's nice to have transparency. So appreciate the questions here today. The PAES.
Can I ask what line that is? Where are we at?
PAES.
What page is that? It's under disbursements. Right on there. First page.
It's about a $15,500 expense. And we paid the PAES company to provide materials for the PAES lab, which is located in high school. I've been in that classroom a few times, my first year and second year here. And it's just an outstanding opportunity for some of our special education kids who need some extra work with life skills, essentially. And so what happens, there's a teacher as well as the kids in the program or that class, and there are different workstations with different job cards or other tasks to do. And so they rotate, around the room and learn really valuable skills. And so it's part of their IEP or individualized education program. And what we did here is, I think the expenses included a couple of iPads that have scanning ability, because that's what kids, or that's what people do, after they graduate, they're scanning a lot of different things for the jobs they might have. I think there were 4 desktop computers, a lot of supplies and other related items for the updated workstations that were provided to us. So that's the bulk of the of the expenses for that. And I believe, Deb, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's about it includes the licensure for 5 years. And about every 5 years, I think they update their workstation so that they can stay current, with what our kids are learning. And then,
Sandhill roof replacement.
yeah, the Sandhill roof replacement, we discovered that we had to make significant repairs and replacements in some part of the roof at Sandhill. Unfortunately, it does not qualify for insurance coverage because it wasn't because of one event. It's happened over many years. And so it's not an insurance claim.
So what do we use the Sandhill building for?
A few years ago, we rented it out to another agency. The name of the agency escapes me.
Tri-Valley Head Start.
Tri-Valley Head Start. And so, they pay us, so much per year to use the facility, and they've renovated it, and they're the ones who alerted us to the roof leakage problems. So we're owners of the building, and then we lease it out to that entity.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, any further discussion on 4.3? There's a motion to accept?
Just one question,
Pam?
just for the public, what was the cost on that? The Sandhill?
I don't recall offhand.
80.
80,
80,000.
okay.
Okay, 4.3, is there a motion to accept? Thank you, Jill, is there a second? Thank you, Nate. Any further discussion on 4.3? If not, all in favor say aye. Opposed, motion passes on 4.3 for consent agenda. Thank you very much. Tonight we have a few informational item reports. Tonight the first one to start off with elementary school reports. Our elementary school principals are here. All three of them.
And before you speak, if you could introduce yourselves so everyone knows who you are.
Go ahead, Ryan.
I'm Ryan Johnson, principal at St. Francis Elementary School. I'm Tony Alberts, principal at Cedar Creek Elementary.
And Melissa Reed, principal at East Bethel Elementary.
So, members of the school board cabinet, thank you for having us tonight. Welcome visitors that are here with us as well. Tonight we are going to talk about 3 items that correlate directly with our school improvement plans. And we'll get through those as we go through it. The first one is my topic, behavior. Now, as the elementary schools, we are looking at reducing our behavior referrals by 10% across the board in each school. Our numbers are different, although not too far apart from last year. Looking in the 600 range, roughly, for incidents that are reported in the Infinite Campus per year. And that includes majors and minor infractions. Looking at this year, specifically at SFE, we are down, the month of September last year at this time, we had over 90 incidents. This year, September, we're looking at, we were right on 25. So pretty substantial downturn. No, obviously it won't continue that way, but it's a situation where, we have other contributing factors to our success that we just want to make you aware of. And first and foremost, our administrative interns have a huge role in this. Not only are they handling some of the discipline situations or the referrals, but they're also proactive, meeting with classrooms, meeting with students, delivering interventions, those types of things to help be proactive with those students that are potentially at risk. The second thing is our behavior.
Question, real quick, regarding that. How many years have we had them? Is this the second year? 3 years. Second, so that's what I thought. So you're finding that they're really finding their place, and so when we made the investment, it would have been 2 years ago, we talked about it, this is what the needs were. Now you're finding that they've been there long enough that we're gonna start seeing fruits of their labor.
Correct, and I would absolutely say, Ms. Kelly, that we are seeing that with other development. Last year was a lot more reactive.
Yep.
And just kind of fine tuning that role, the expectations, what we want it to look like. And this year it's just taking off in a different direction.
But even last year, we saw a significant decrease in disciplinary referrals. So even the first year, it was So I'm pleasantly surprised that it's gone down even further.
So that's an area where you see a huge, we had to put money invested, but we're starting to say that, yes, this is, it's working.
Okay.
Nice to hear.
Thanks for that, that's good to see. What about the severity? So what is the percentage of the severe cases that have dropped? If you can give us, because I don't see a chart.
Yeah, right.
What's the difference in severity versus the incidental?
I mean, I think informally speaking, I would say that has gone down as well. I think, I know the situations are fewer in the severity, if that makes sense.
So like what percentage of the 25?
I can give you specific for East Bethel, because I just looked it up. So
Great.
last year, we had a 48% decrease in our major behavior referrals and a 28.7 majors and minors combined. So those big behaviors were cut almost by half last year between admin interns and our behavior interventions.
Good.
Yeah.
That's really good.
Another piece of that is, like in our building, we have, some of our months are similar in their majors, sort of more severe, but you're also looking at, trying to provide services for specific students who repeatedly have severe incidents. So it might be one or two students that we are having multiple severe incidents with, but we are finding now that our ability to provide services much quicker and provide the data to get those services are much quicker, so then ultimately we can provide that student the services that they need to be successful.
So response is quicker, we've got the right people in place.
And I would say that right off the bat, I would say last year, I could say we saw a huge increase. There wasn't, I don't feel like this is the year that we're seeing, I felt like immediately we saw a huge difference.
Good, thank you.
And I think your questions are great because they tie into a couple other things on the list, and that's our behavior interventionalists also play a huge role in that proactive piece as far as meeting with kids, delivering those interventions, getting into the classrooms, being more of that buffer, pulling kids out, having those conversations. And then as Mr. Alberts was talking about, the IM4 is one of those tools that we can get directly to a student's need or their motivation and tailor that intervention directly to them. He had mentioned it too, but I think last year out of my 670 referrals, I would say almost 400 of them were probably taken up by 4 or 5 students. Just because, we were trying to get ahead and really just reacting everything. Now this year, those students are probably in a better place because of the work that the people on our board have taken care of. So it's a big thing, it's a big change, it's a huge culture shift in the building.
So we really went from, I would say, from firefighting to fire prevention at this point, having the right people in place to provide these.
Because the behaviors are going to be there regardless. We now have a plan to work through and prevent some of that.
Yeah, I got to witness firsthand. I'm doing.
Before Tony jumps in, just the other thing too that we're really collectively making improvements on is the PBIS program. We're looking at coming up in November, adding an extra training for our staff, teachers specifically, about how to be better at delivering those interventions in the classroom. So really looking at bringing those referrals down in a hurry.
And PBI stands for Positive Behavior Intervention Support.
Correct.
And in the earlier slide, you mentioned PBI coaches.
Yes.
So can you just briefly describe what that person does for each building?
Yeah, I mean, informally, we had PBS coaches at each building, but it was kind of one of those things where it ebbs and flows, PBS in general. And really you have to stay on top of it, keep it fresh, keep it current. And bringing those PBS coaches in this year gave us the opportunity to do just that, to wipe the slate clean, so to speak, and just go full on at it at the beginning of this year. That's also paid dividends too, so it's very, very positive.
So one of the benefits of PBS in our buildings is it's a cultural piece. We have elementary age students, so we're teaching a lot of how do we appropriately walk down the hallway? How do we appropriately sit in the cafeteria? I mean, we're doing all of those things, and that is something that takes time to develop, and then the time to work with the students and to reinforce and to provide incentives for doing that. All of that is underneath the PBIS umbrella, and having coaches that are able to dedicate time to helping that process grow our building is beneficial.
Yeah.
how are our teachers learning from, are our teachers learning from those coaches, and how is that working? I mean, I would expect, we don't just have our coaches addressing it, right? So how has that affected our teaching staff?
So the BBS process is, it's a big program, and we've had it in the district before, but then it's gone away, and then now we're coming back to that. And to do that, we're gonna, Ryan and a different group got together, got together and have training for our staffs under PBIS, but then our coaches will have some additional training on top of that. I think that's.
And the coaches are classroom teachers who receive a small stipend to kind of help lead that effort in each school. And so that was a collaborative effort with Education Minnesota to identify job responsibilities as well as how much they would be paid.
All right, so good evening, everyone again. I have the privilege of talking a little about MCAs, and I think you've heard the data already about MCAs, but we did have some great gains district-wide overall, according to the Minnesota report card I just looked up. We had an overall 5.3% increase in our reading scores, 2.8 in math, and that is district-wide, that's not just elementary. I want to give a big shout out to my neighbor here at Cedar Creek, a 7% increase in their math scores last year, and then to my team at East Bethel for an 11.6% increase in our reading MCA data. So when we talk about, well, what are those contributing factors? So some of the things that we know already, well, one of them is we're going to continue to focus and refine our standards-based instruction. We're kind of at this space right now where we're still being, our students are still being assessed on our previous sets of standards in all 3 subject areas. We have to start making those shifts to prepare them for the next groups because we have new reading, we have new math, and we have new science standards coming. So it's making sure that we're covering the things that we know will be on those tests, but also preparing them for those shifts along the way because we don't want it to be their first year they're seeing this content for the first time. So we're working with curriculum instruction, with our literacy coaches, with all of our instructional coaches in the district to make sure that our teachers are getting those supports and training. The other things we need to really pay attention to, the state, I feel like MD gives us pretty much a playbook about our MCAs, and so are we paying attention to it? So there are 2 important documents that we really want our staff and will continue to focus on. One are the test specifications. They tell us how many items on each benchmark or standard are being tested, our students are being tested on at every grade level. And then the other one is called the achievement level descriptors. And that will tell us what does it mean to be proficient. And it's very specific. This is what a student needs to do on this particular standard or benchmark in order to get a proficient score on their MCA for that particular item that's being assessed. So we have the tools. Another item that's, I'm jumping down a few, but utilizing the MCA benchmark performance reports. And really what these do once the students have taken the test, because obviously we don't get a redo. And each year this is only a one time, we don't get the results until August, but what we've done now is we've shared those reports with the current grade level teachers or the last year's grade level teachers, and then the next, and what that report does, it compares what their observed performance was, how they performed versus how they were expected to perform. Were they, we thought we would be a little bit higher, a little bit lower, so that our teachers of this year can respond to that data. MCA data, sometimes they call it autopsy data, because there's not a lot, but there are things we can do by looking at where they're coming in, who was close to proficient, and what can we do, who was farther behind, and what supports we can put into place for those too. I think the other pieces are that, again, through Pearson, they have a lot of test navigation tools. So do our students know how to take the test, how to move and manipulate different, and are they familiar with all the different types of test items? So we want to make sure our students get ample opportunity to practice before they actually take the MCA. And then it's really about creating that positive test-taking culture. So providing encouragement, incentives, making sure kids understand that this is important and here's why. And so we're able to put those things into place. And I think those are some of the reasons, coupled with the support from our literacy coaches, our math, Amy Paulson, people like that who are able to help us making sure that we're really implementing those best practices in all instructional areas so that we can continue to see the gains that we're seeing now. So a little bit about SCAs.
So are you basically saying then that these are new initiatives or new approaches towards it?
Not really, no.
No, so they're more of the same. So how do we expect different results if we're doing the same?
Don't expect, like the negative side, because we got, we were able to get an increase, like what's that, 11.6% increase in reading. And we're really looking at what did we do.
Right,
to
that's
make
what I
that
want to know. What did we do? I know we had the literacy coaches, but, so that was kind of my question is if we're doing the same things that we've always done, why are we seeing the increases, or what do we, and how do you feel about the goals for this year?
We're going 10%, we're gonna put that out there again.
For it?
Absolutely.
And
Do you
I'll
think that makes a difference? The goals?
To set a higher goal? I don't know, when you think about it, as I was talking to my staff, I'm like, okay, 10%, how many kids in your classroom? I have 30 students in my classroom, that's 3 students. So when you think about it in numbers like that, the number 10% might seem a little scary at times, because a typical SMART goal might be like 2 to 5%, something like that. But when we start looking at who those students are who are just performing slightly below, what are we going to do specifically for them to make sure we can give them that extra boost?
Good.
Before the end of the year.
That's encouraging.
And Pam, I'll just give with you a little bit, because we go right into Fast Bridge, and this is what we're doing, because when the Fast Bridge, so MC is once a year where we get that data, Fast Bridge, we get that 3 times a year. So what we're doing is exactly what you're kind of talking about. We are looking at what we did last year to make increases, and then we're doubling down on that. So and here's kind of what we're gonna do with the Fast Bridge. So basically it comes down to, we're assessing students in the screener, and then we're gonna do a deep dive in that screener to see what specific areas where those students struggling, and then we're gonna match up the students that need specific areas of need. We're gonna match them with those services. So at the end of the day, we're basically looking at what the screener's telling us, and then we're gonna match those students with that service to do just what you're saying, to look what we were doing that made the successes from last year, and then double down and increase those even more. And I just kind of mentioned the literacy coaches as well, because one of the things that we are able to do with our literacy coaches, for Cedar Creek, I can speak to this, what we are having ours do is she is looking at groups, like a specific grade level, and then helping those groups identify student groups within each class. So you're gonna have different needs for each class based on the screener data. And then we're gonna categorize these groups into what they need. And that's a lot of work. And those literacy coaches can go through our whole school and help those teachers group all their students so they can make sure that they can hit all those students with all those needs. Another thing that we're gonna do is, not do, but we are to do, is our literacy coaches are great for models, real life examples, real time teaching. They come into classes, they'll teach a lesson, show the teachers different strategies, all those things real time are huge advantages for our staff to see.
So it's a good investment.
Absolutely. And I just wanted to again, just say exactly what you're saying. We're just looking at what we did successful, and then we're trying to double down on that.
Yeah.
How long have we been using the Fast Bridge? 2 years now.
18, so 2018, I believe that was preceded my time here, but that number is sticking out in my mind.
And are we still kind of tweaking that, or are we finding out, we know what we need to do? And so we had a baseline to start with, and we're kind of moving forward and seeing improvement, and now will that help with the MCAs?
It should. It's interesting if you look at data patterns. We saw this across the board. I don't remember the particular grade level, but that particular grade level in one of the elementary grades is just scoring almost significantly lower than all of the other grade levels have at this time. So then we know we're going to, so if they're moving up into, they're gonna just might alter the test, but then we have 2 that are higher, moving on. So it's hard to know. So I don't know why that happens, why we have these blips and, some higher and some lower performing groups of students, but we have the data and we need, and we are doing things about it. And so it's nice to have.
And the thing that we really love about FAST is that you can see growth. You don't necessarily just see whether they made the cut or they're at high risk or whatever. You can actually, if you can track the growth, even if that student is low enough where you're not going to see You're not gonna see a growth on like so they'll say some risk, high risk, or mixed target. You might not see the difference between high risk, they might stay high risk for an extended period of time, but we can track the actual growth that they're making, so we can still look at what they need and provide that. Without that fast, that would be very difficult to do.
So kind of what you're saying is they're high risk, you can watch them march towards low risk.
Right, and then, yeah,
And
exactly.
then the low risk, you can watch them march.
And you can identify what they need, even if they're at high risk. Yes.
And as you know, the bar continues to increase, so in the fall, the bar is here, in the winter, it's here, and so some of these kids are making incredible gains, but the bar has jumped now up here, and then again in the spring, and so we'll see growth, they just might not have quite enough, so those are really where we want to focus, to make sure we're getting over that.
And I think too, it's about being intentional, because there is a wealth of information in aspect as far as interventions and different types of support. So it's just being intentional, like Tony said, to find that what's going to work and click for that student that is maybe needing a little extra. So yes, absolutely. Always can fine tune it, right? But it's just looking and making sure what that.
Is there ever discussion with some parents that their kids are progressing to hold them back? You know, back in the day, we used to hold kids back. Do we talk about or do any of that anymore?
It's pretty uncommon, there's a lot of research behind, it actually has a negative impact on student achievement in the end, and there's a pretty strong correlation with dropout, kids dropping out of school at 16 then, and so kindergarten is, maybe we have conversations a little more there, but it's not something that's widely to retain. Pretty significant impacts, but if that's what's needed and that's what the team decides, including parents, we would meet, hold a meeting and say, yes, this is in the best interest of the student.
I would say generally though, Rob, it's a parent request is what we generally don't make that no.
Because even after like the preschool, when all my kids were growing up, we did the Mighty Fives, which kids were eligible for kindergarten, but some of them we did push on because they weren't ready yet, late birthdays or whatever. So is that a discussion that's made with some parents or?
Kindergarten students, yeah, we'd have those discussions.
And do a lot of the progress and things happen during your PLC meetings, those Wednesday morning meetings? Is that when you're getting together and really discussing? Because I know there's always pushback of, you need to get rid of those because parents don't like them.
Sure.
Right? But everyone in this room needs to remember that we're here for education, and if that's the deal, if parents understand that that's what's going on, I think the majority of them would say, yeah, we'll do this if this is gonna benefit Y. So I think we need to have that louder mouthpiece of this is what's happening Wednesday mornings, teachers aren't
The
having.
late start.
Yeah, the late starts. Because I'm advocating, I'm not gonna be here next year to advocate for the late starts. So I get a little concerned, you know, I might be on that side there talking to here, but I do, there's things that we're doing right now that are making a difference, and I just wanna make sure that our public is aware of why you're doing it and the difference that it's making, and tie in with the late starts, because I think when there's that tie-in, there's buy-in.
And with our PLC process weekly, what we're doing during that time is the process that we just described, is looking at that string of data, then making plans to figure out how we're gonna make those things.
Yeah, and it's a lot to fit in, right? Because we're talking literacy, we're talking math, we're talking behavior. All of those things need to be discussed on those Thursday morning meetings. So yeah, there are times we use those late starts and have an extension of that as well.
Perfect.
Maybe. A couple questions. First off, thank you all for coming and talking. Ryan, this first one's for you, but any of you can answer, but you got the brief behavior piece, right?
Yeah.
So you talked about variables that are contributing to our success. Do you see all of those, I think there's 5 of them, as long-term solutions, or do you see those as, hey, we have a procedure set up now, that we know how to handle these behaviors, and there's something that might be able to, not, cuts a hard word, right? But to move resources somewhere else, or do you see these all as, hey, these are permanent solutions to how we're addressing behaviors currently?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I don't know, things are going well right now. And it's hard for me to say anything, but I see them as long-term. Just because of the drop that we've seen since past September. I think of the people in those positions and the remarkable job that they're doing. They're doing what's best for kids. I guess that's the only way I can answer. I don't know who gets it.
I think the other piece is we have the right people in the right seats, but what that does, it frees us up to be the instructional leaders in the building, which wasn't happening before as much as we probably wanted it to prior to having them there. Because if my day is, I'm spending all day doing discipline, what am I not doing? I'm not in classrooms, I'm not doing walkthroughs, I'm not helping support, and that's really important role as a building leader. And so having those supports there and knowing all three of these, we have great teams between our behavior interventionists and our admin interns, and we're able to do great things. And that's impacting our student academic data too, because we're getting them the supports they need so that they can be more successful in the classroom as well. So
the part that I think about with that is those behaviors are going to be addressed one way or the other. And when we were, before we had our interns, we spent a huge portion of the day. I remember having a meeting with Pam, and we didn't even get through our meeting, and we had to get out and go attend to something that was significant. And they'll still be attended to. We have safety as our priority, number one. And when we attend to those, we aren't looking at student data as much as we should be. We're not looking at trying to facilitate quality PLCs or trying to help support our teachers. And we did that, before we had our interns, and then we've done it now that we've had our interns. I can tell you how successful and the effectiveness of our teachers at our grade levels, and have the time to look at that data and to make plans. And it's been a nightmare.
I think this might be more for Stacy, but are we going to see the actual data, like every 3 months or quarterly, or that is coming in for behavior where we're at, so that we can see the improvements and where things are working too?
yeah, I think we were planning on more data coming forward.
That is the
On top of the
plan,
fast
so,
version.
yeah, we'd have 4 times each year we'd share academic achievement. So one report where we're talking about MCA results, because it happens 1 time a year. And then after each fast bridge assessment, range, then we'll come back and report those results. In June, we'll also have kind of a summary of our progress towards meeting goals, as well as goals for the following year. So I guess it'd be actually 5 times each year. Stacy and I met with Sam, our data coordinator, just last week, I think. And so we're gonna come back and share more behavior data. Won't be every month like we tried last year. I think that was too much. But I'm hoping that we can do that in November, so we can at least see September and October from the beginning of the year until those months. So we'll be able to have a regular cycle of sharing that.
They just had a question to you.
Yep, I have 2 more questions. I had 3, but you answered the one about instructional leadership, so you've been freed up for that. So thank you for answering that. Melissa, this one is specific to MCA, but again, anyone can answer. You talked about shifting to a standards base with the MCAs. Is the plan to shift that to all grades? Or are you going to start with a grade and then add a grade every year, or what is the plan?
Oh, I think that would be, we'd have to pair with Stacy on that, but right now, Wednesday, for example, we are learning a little bit, we're getting a little bit of PE for all K-5 teachers on the sense making and the new math standards. And so everybody's getting it, but not everything all at once. So just here's one change that's coming, and then we'll do some more. Here's another small change that's coming, because it's a little less overwhelming than trying to make this entire shift. Because remember, we're still being tested on the old standards, but we have to start preparing for the new ones. And so we're going to make small shifts along the way, looking ahead. Now, what is the difference here? I sat down with my kindergarten, first grade teams, and we were just looking at the geometry standards. And I was having them compare side by side, what's different and what's the same. And the rigor that's changed and been added into the new standards are, we're gonna have to make a plan on how we can assess our kids throughout the year, and this is even at kindergarten and first grade, before they get to taking an MCA, because we all have to do our part. The weight of all the MCA results can't fall on our third, fourth, and fifth grade teachers. Does that answer?
It does.
Yeah, a little bit at a time.
It just helps with expectation management from our end.
Absolutely.
That there's a, 3 to 5 year plan of how we're gonna tackle.
That's good, you said 3 to 5 years, because that's about what it takes to, people doing the standard work have to have that buy-in and have to understand it. And Stacy can't have a team that does it and then just throws it out there, because it wouldn't work. You have to have the individuals teaching it, go through those standards, and it does take some time.
And then the second question, the literacy and math coaches, are we consistent with those across all 3 facilities? So do we have the same numbers? Do we flex numbers based off of facility has more needs in literacy? How do we do that across all 3?
So currently each site has a literacy coach. So that
We
is,
have one math coach.
and one math coach split across the 3.
Just help I think, or? I don't know.
She's supporting in different grades.
Okay.
Last year she did 3 grade levels. This year she's doing 3 other grade levels, so that we're getting all grade levels in elementary. But she's also doing a little bit of work up in the secondary too.
And she will absolutely
She's stretched.
support wherever. So she will absolutely support wherever it passes, so.
And they each have an umbrella, but so like ours, for instance, she'll have reading board that she works with, and then she'll have our teachers that she works with, and then she'll have standard stuff, and other things that she works with Stacy. So there's, each of them, and then they work together closely, but each of them have a number of things, outside just working with their teachers.
And they're very much working in collaboration, and they co-plan together all of the PD, so that what one building gets, we all get. And so we're not hearing 3 different messages, or somebody's getting more and somebody's getting less. And so that way we're all aligned that way, because that's really important.
So your 6th grade teachers will appreciate it.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, other further questions? Well, thank you for coming in tonight. Thanks for the job you do, elementary level.
Thank you.
Very good job you have. Next up, the Christian Services Report. Is that Wendy coming in? Yeah, there she is.
All of it up there. Good evening, school board, Superintendent Anderson and cabinet. I'm Wendy Clovey, I'm the program supervisor for nutrition services. I'm here to give an informational report. So I was told 4 minutes, so I've been trying to get it to just 4 minutes, but okay.
Up to 4.
Up to 4 minutes, okay.
Don't worry, you'll be fine.
All right. Vanessa, which button is it? Oh.
I think any arrow to the right
On the ground.
on the round circle. I think once the kid did something and then went away.
How about that horse?
Try this one.
Okay. Thank you.
Don't worry, that won't count as part of your.
Okay, all right, sorry. Okay, so here are the updates for 2024. So, as you know, this year we're entering the 2nd year of the free school meals program. So, last year, this is how the state did. They reported over 150 million meals were served to kids in the first year of the free school meal program. So they talk about the breakfast participation growing and the lunch participation growing. The state average came to 40% for lunch and 15% for breakfast. Or, I'm sorry, 40% for breakfast and 15% for lunch. So how do we compare? Well, I'll jump into that. But first, I want to talk about a few environmental changes that have also produced some increases in participation. So we've had our second chance breakfast that started last year at St. Francis High School. So typically we have breakfast before the bell, and we still do, but the kids have a second chance to have a reimbursable breakfast during the same time. So that captured a different audience of students that maybe were arriving just in time for school to start and didn't have time to have breakfast. So that, we believe, increased. I provided in my report the specific numbers for participation in each of the buildings. You can see how much the breakfast has increased at the high school. We also have breakfast in the classroom. Now, Cedar Creek Elementary School has 100% eating of breakfast in the classroom. So they come into the cafeteria, they get off the school bus, come into the cafeteria, get their breakfast trays, choose what they want, and bring it up to the classroom, okay? And every single grade level is doing that at Cedar Creek. We by far have our highest participation at Cedar Creek. And we also have strong participation at St. Francis Elementary and East Bethel. But they do kind of hybrid. There's some students that are eating in the dining room and some that are taking it up to the classroom. The other thing, we went through revamping our menus and our meal choices, and I believe that the menu and meal choices in particular helped the St. Francis Middle School with their participation numbers. If you look at the numbers I provided in the report, you can see middle school went up substantially. The other thing at the middle school, we stopped having an a la carte snack line. So the students had the choice of meals. Here's our participation that I talked about. So on there I put September 2022 for kind of the starting point. September 23 would be like the first, when we first started the program, and then September 24. So you can see the first year of the program, we had a 48% increase in breakfast. And then from last September to this September, we had an additional 20%. So we maintained that 48% and got an additional 20%. Lunch, 14, and then we got an additional 9%. All right, so contributing to that participation is also our clients that we ship meals out to and our satellite kitchen. So we're shipping meals out to early childhood, and that would be the preschool students that are there for the full day program. They're eligible for the preschool meals program. And we also ship meals to Trinity. And Trinity has their K through 8 programming, and then they also have preschool. Now their preschool is not a licensed preschool, so that program is not eligible for the preschool meal program. And then we also have Genesis. Genesis has had the impact of when a student gets suspended at one of the buildings. In the past, they had to stay home, not attend school. Well, now they go to the learning center. So those meals are available for those students at that building. So it's helped us maintain our participation with those students. Okay, yeah.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Rob.
Do you feed the kids at Crossroads or they're on their own through the program?
Crossroads Barna.
What Barna, yes.
No, we do not. They have their own program because they require breakfast, lunch, snack, dinner, weekends. Yeah, they
That's
have
what
their
I'm
own.
sure.
Yeah.
We're not, it doesn't go through us then. That's just separate.
Yeah, correct.
Yep. Okay. So getting back to staffing, in my report, I provided a lot of information about our staffing and our challenges that we've had over the last 3 years. And I mentioned, you know, we have 48 employees in our department, and 25 of them, if you look at the turnover and their starting dates, we've had 25 of them in the last 3 years start, and 12 this past year alone. And I attribute that mostly to our pay. If you look at our pay in 2022, it was $13 an hour, the starting wage. 2023 went to $15 an hour, and now we're at $16.94. I put it in the report. So I mean, yeah, pay is going up, but the problem is it's not enough. So, it's time, you know, we really have to look at these positions as not being unskilled labor. You know, there's a lot of training that goes into having these positions and getting these people fully trained. It takes about 6 weeks to go through a full menu cycle for the employees to learn how each menu day is made. So.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Amy.
So, in the past, you charge for lunches. Would the first lunch, was at a certain percentage, we got federal dollars that helped? If you got the second lunch, it went up. And then you kept the balance in because, as we know, the nutrition services, we pay them out of a separate fund than our teachers and everybody else. So how does that work as far as now you have free lunches? How does the district get paid?
Okay.
I'm curious,
Yeah.
because I knew how it worked before.
Sure.
How does it work now? I mean, how do you figure out what to pay when the federal government is, the state of Minnesota is giving us free lunches? How does that work?
So it's a combination of funding from the state of Minnesota and the federal government. So basically, I mean, we've always had that, where we've had, you know, both parties paying.
No, but before we could increase the parents' part and say, you know what? Parents are gonna go up 25 cents a lunch and this is how we're gonna balance it, and this is how we're gonna increase pay for our employees. I don't know how we do that. This isn't open because you said we need to pay more. I'm sitting here scratching my head, how does that work now?
We need to pay more because now we're fully funded. Okay, so think of it this way. We've always received funding from state, we've always received funding from federal. So the state stopped paying when the students were eligible for paid meals. But the state kicked in when students were eligible for free or reduced. Now, nobody's paying, so the state's picking up that whole tab. And the state is paying us, you know, at full rate. So before, we'd have, you know, some students, their parents would decide not to pay, but still send the student to school for the meal. And we fed the students because that's what we were told to do. Feed the students no matter what, whether, you know, they have a negative balance or not. So at the end of the year, you know, that negative balance doesn't help us very much. But now we're receiving 100% payment for these meals. We are fully funded. So school board, I feel the next time it's time to negotiate, you need to really look at the parameters for nutrition services because the funding is there. It's there now.
So I don't want to get into negotiation. You answered my question. Thank you for doing that. I wasn't, Brandon, I'm not trying to go there right now.
Yeah.
I was just literally really curious of how, because the funding changed. So
Yes.
that'll be a talk when we get into negotiation. But thank you
Yes.
for explaining that.
And of course, it's a political issue.
Yeah.
I know that the budget, or the cost of the program exceeded what had been estimated for the program at the state level. And of course, elections may or may not change, you know, how much we still go into that program. So we're cognizant of that too, but like when you said, right now, we're in a strong position.
Well, and I think there was, well, I shouldn't have been surprised at how many people gravitated towards free lunch and the increase in, oh, we got all these participants, but I have a question of why would a school district not do the free lunch? For instance, like Prior Lake.
Yes, and it could be because they were not able to meet all the regulations for the USDA program.
Okay.
So what they're doing now is they're really doubling down, okay? So when the students come through the line, we need to make sure they have the correct items on their tray.
Yep.
And if they don't, if they come up to the cashier stand, my staff are trained to tell the students to go back and make another selection. Because if they do not make another selection, then we need to charge a la carte for that meal. So.
No, I'm just gonna say, our pig farmers love it. Because that kid has to take the pear, but it doesn't mean they have to eat it. There you go. I love government, but thank you for it.
We have several choices every day.
Yeah.
Okay, so,
So to that point,
yeah.
how much waste do we have? Do we have more waste or less waste
Well,
for our pig farmers?
yeah, we haven't noticed more waste. And one thing we're doing to counterbalance that is we're following the full regulation. Okay, the full regulation says we need to offer 5 items, but the student needs to only select 3. Okay, so when they come up to the cashier stand and they have 3 items that meets the regulation, we let them go. We don't make them take a milk if they don't want milk. They don't have to take it, you know. So, and then we also have sharing, a sharing bin. So any item that they have that's prepackaged that we serve that day, like a carton of milk or an applesauce cup or a Teddy Graham or, you know, something that's packaged, they can put that in the sharing bin and share with other students. So. All right, additional items, okay, so I'm trying to keep track of the 4 minutes, I really need Vanessa to
You're
make a
doing
sign
fine,
for me.
you're doing fine.
Okay, additional items to note, okay, so we also participate in the DOD Fresh Fruit and Vegetable Program. So this year, we're scheduled to receive $140,000 of fresh produce from DOD. After School Snack, that's another program that started last year. And that is basically a program at the middle school, and it's for their targeted services students that need to stay after for additional, classroom time. So we're able to, with a joint effort with the middle school staff, the teaching staff, we are providing the snack, and they're taking attendance and marking down who took a snack. So we're working together on that so we can have costs covered for that program. We're able to provide that snack to all the students for free. Equipment, we're looking at replacing all the compressors at East Bethel, the freezers and coolers. The compressors initially, they were replaced in 2015 and they really need it now again. So, projects, we updated our wellness, our student wellness website. We provided a bunch of resources out there. It's a place where people throughout the district can go there and look up different resources. A lot of it would be like, let's say, somebody wants to do a fundraiser and it involves food. They can look at that and see what the regulations are. So, we're preparing for an audit that's happening this year, and it's a full-fledged USDA audit. So the feds are coming. We're getting ready for it. And then we have a prime vendor bid. We'll be going out for prime vendor. And I put in my report, last year we spent $1.1 million with our food service vendor. And that's currently Indian Head Food Service out of Wisconsin. So we'll go out for vendor again and see who wins that bid.
Couple of questions. What does DOD stand for?
Department of Defense.
Okay, so they're providing the
Fresh fruit.
Where does that fresh fruit come from?
The government.
I mean, is it grown locally?
Yes, they source it locally. Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Midwest. I guess I would say Midwest.
Midwest.
Yeah. Yeah.
And how often do we go out to bid for the prime vendor? Is that a yearly?
It's once every 5 years.
Okay. How long have we been with? Is it Lake Head?
Indian Head. Yep. This is the 5th year in the contract.
Okay. So this was their first 5-year.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. Well, no, actually, it's their second. They won the bid previously. So, yeah, we've had them for a while.
How many other vendors are out there?
Oh, boy, I've got a vendor sheet. There's probably about 5.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dave?
Wendy, thanks for the detailed additional report that came with the presentation.
Yes.
I do have 5 questions for you.
Oh, okay.
The first one is off of what we discussed earlier, but are the meal rates set by the district or are they set by state and federal?
State and federal.
That the reimbursement rate that's
Yes.
set, right? We don't control that.
We have no control over that.
Okay. The in-class breakfast is at Cedar Creek and at the other elementaries, is that as a result of low staffing numbers or turnaround, or why are we doing those in the classroom?
Initially, a lot of that came about during COVID, but what happened was at Cedar Creek, because there's so many kids participating in breakfast, they were having issues if they were sitting down and eating the breakfast in the cafeteria, then they weren't making it up to the classroom in time for when school started. So then it just kind of became, and the support from that building to, you know, get all the students, they come right off the bus, they go right through the line, and they just bring it right up to the classroom.
So that leads into my next question.
Yeah.
You showed a 68% increase in breakfast and I think it's 23 in lunch. Have we as a district, and this might go to superintendent as well, have we looked at adjusting schedules to accommodate for that increase? That's a large amount of students that are now eating breakfast every day. And if they don't have time to make it to class, if they are eating in the classroom, which is most likely during instruction, during that initial time that the teacher, have we looked at addressing schedules, bus times, those types of things to give them time? Have we done that? Or
We
do
do
have
have
a
three
plan to do that?
elementary, or we did have three elementary principals here.
I know, I
They could
was-
comment on that, but I think that was the main driver for the students coming through the cafeteria line, getting their breakfast and going up to the classroom and eating it. At the middle school, the students are let into the building. I believe they open the doors at 7 a.m. and we start breakfast as soon as we can. We announce it because the cafeteria is on one end and the doors where the students are entering are way on the other end. So we go on the intercom, announce it, and let them know that breakfast is now being served. Generally, they make it down there, and yeah. And then at the high school, doing that second chance breakfast. So these students before were coming in, you know, they come in off the parking lot just when they know it's time to come in. And they were rushing the line, trying to get through the line right before the bell. And, well, actually, it was after the bell. And so that was becoming a problem to have that many students. So we offered that second chance, and that did alleviate that problem. So that would be an example of changes.
Two more.
Yeah.
One, you talked about the menu revamp and that has increased participation. I do a lot with middle school students after school, and the biggest complaint I hear all the time is they never get enough food. They don't have enough portion size. Do we have anything in place to assess our portion sizes if the kids are getting the right amount of food for what they need? You know, if you walk to the middle school right now and just ask anybody if they're hungry at the end of the day, they're all starving.
Well, I'm sure they are, because, you know, breakfast starts at 10:15 at the middle school. So, or, yeah, I'm sorry, lunch starts at 10:15. So the lunch is earlier than any of the other buildings. So, you know, well, what do? You know, the principal's in charge of, you know, they have to do their classes and programming. As far as the portions, we're serving the correct portion. So we have our USDA guidelines that say, you know, for K5 you serve this, for 6, 7, and 8th grade you serve this, and then 9, 12 is a different portion. And that's the portion that we're serving. Now they can go back to the fresh fruit and vegetable bar, and you know, they can go back for seconds on that for free. A lot of them do. So.
And that portion is set by, those standards are set by the USDA?
Yes.
What that is?
We have ranch dressing out, and that really encourages them to eat a lot of the veggies, but yeah.
And the last question, you talked about the professional standards, the badges.
Oh, yeah.
And increase with, you know, safety. So do we have participation in that?
Yes.
Do our members go and try to get those badges? Is there multiple ones that they can earn?
So there's two programs. There's USDA professional standards, which are required for every single employee. Okay? I even have a set that I need to do every year. So those are assigned, the trainings are assigned by me, and it's based on how many hours a day they work and what the job title is. So kitchen managers have a more rigorous training schedule than, say, a part-time cafeteria person. So those, again, are mandated, and they're every single year annual trainings. And we pay our folks for taking those classes and doing completion of those classes. Now, they can also do a program called certification. If they do certification, there's additional classes that they take, and then they can become a certified food service professional. And then, according to their contract, there's, a level 1 through 4, and they get a certain percentage increase in pay on top of their stated salary.
All right, questions? I have one last question for you, Wendy, maybe I missed that somewhere, but if the school bus comes in late at the elementary school by maybe half hour, which hardly ever happens because we have such an excellent school bus system out there for us, what do we do for those kids?
Well, usually the principal will allow them to come down and get breakfast.
Okay,
So,
and you're
and
aware of that?
encourage them to go take their breakfast in the classroom to eat, so that we can get school going, so, yeah.
Okay.
Yep,
Last question,
Are you fully staffed?
no,
Oh, sure.
we're not, and so the last 3 years, we haven't been fully staffed. We are the closest that we've ever been in the last 3 years right now. Short 2 positions right now, but, the ESST laws, I put that in my report, it just seems like there's, more availability for people to be gone. So having, fully trained subs, having that available is kind of what we have to do to plan for that, because, your team shows up for work and 3 people are gone and you still have to make, 800 meals. And that's just everyone working faster and harder. So
Are you
it puts a
talking
lot
the,
of pressure.
are you talking the additional time that was given out to staff? What you said some type of time?
Yes.
Oh, the ESST time, that was something that was signed into law.
Yes, that's what I
Yeah,
think, that, and we have to, because we're dealing with, everyone's dealing with that. It's the
Yes.
difficulty of,
Yes, but it just kind of,
yes.
yes, we're full staff, but at the same time as we're getting there, it feels like there's more reasons for people being gone. So it's kind of like we just can't catch up. And if we could be paying a wage where we could retain our existing employees at least, last 3 years I've had 50% turnover. And I've asked every single one of them what is down to the wage. So we need to start retaining staff.
I have one more question that I think I'm done. Did the nutritional service individuals have the summer pay now, like or no?
The unemployment?
Yeah.
Yes, they do.
So they do, so, because I've heard that's helped with EAs, to drive in the EAs. And has that helped in yours as well?
It possibly could, but I haven't seen it yet. I mean, I had 12 new positions this year.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I hope it does. Yeah.
Because that's a big deal,
It is, yes.
and that was a big, that's a big pay increase for everyone, so. Perfect.
All right, Wendy, well, 4 minutes and 30 seconds, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, next up we have for our report will be Stacy for academic achievement results. Stacy?
Hello, board and cabinet visitors. I'm Stacy Piker, Director of Curriculum and Instruction. And I really feel like I should have been on the heels of the elementary principals because I have some more I can say about what they were talking about. So what I'm bringing to you now is our most recent data from FastBridge this fall. And we're starting with what our goals are. We had a baseline last year on the left, and then we're following this for 3 years. And so there's our results at the top and our new goal for this coming spring underneath that. So our math goals and our reading goals, hopefully you had a chance to read those just for FastBridge. And then the data. So this data, how you read it, maybe for any visitors, is anything above that black line in a graph. The purple is where kids are proficient currently. And underneath would be kids not proficient yet. At the very bottom, I also included the fall from last year where that same kind of group of student entered. Wouldn't be the same students, but the same grade level student. So hopefully you have a chance to look at data. And I wanted to answer a little bit more about what Pam was asking, what are we doing different? And I would say one thing that has changed over the past 2 years is we went from maybe looking at data and saying, oh, okay, to we are now, teachers are data literate. They are looking and digging into the data as a full staff, but they are doing that also in their PLCs, and they are doing that individually, and we are all talking data. And from that, we are setting goals and making plans around the data. And so it's a full team effort. It's not just a principal saying it.
We're using the data.
We're using
looking
data,
at it.
correct. And I would say one place it's evident, for example, in this fall data is based on last year data, or the year before, we had seen there was a need for number and operations. We were low in our fluency. And so all grade levels, all the way through 12th grade, we're working on math fluency. And I'm starting to see the results as we come in the fall with some increases starting in the fall, just in that particular area. So that really focused getting into the data and seeing what are the needs and all making a plan around it is having that kind of impact. So I think data literacy is really starting to create some change. I'm hearing teachers ask questions they've never asked before. How do I do this intervention, or what does this data mean? They really want to understand more deeply. And then they are monitoring along the way how students are doing and making those adjustments when things aren't going how we want. Not waiting to the end of the trimester, let's say. We're making adjustments along the way, and that is key to making change. And as principals had mentioned, we're all doing standards work. So whenever we have a PD, we are trying to put in there, what does the standard actually mean? We break it down to the nouns and the verbs and the action. What is the rigor the standard is asking you to do? Because it's easy to just kind of read it quickly and not think deeply, but you really have to analyze what standard's asking. And so we're really teaching how to break down those standards so you can get to the high rigor in teaching. So based on last year data, some of the plans now that are in place to help increase the SFAS Bridge and MCA data, we're continuing math talks. We know that those in elementary did increase scores, and we're now adding that in the middle school, offering some math talks there. Amy is making sure our brand new teachers in elementary are also getting trained up, because they weren't here last year to get math taught instruction. And so she's going class by class, making sure our new teachers also have that training. We have interventions in the classroom and in the intervention rooms, whereas maybe in the past it was just in the intervention rooms. We have more people doing interventions to meet those needs and to really get individual skills met. In reading, we have things like the letters training we're doing. We're focusing now on phonics. That's the learning teachers are getting, so what can we implement in the classroom now to do better phonics instruction? And those are our 2 units this year. In the upper grades, we looked at data and we saw, there's some comprehension needs. So we are doing some work with just 3rd, 4th, and 5th on some comprehension and how can we do better finding explicit information in text and inferred information in text. And so we're kind of digging into that next. As far as high school or secondary and middle school, they are also starting a second instruction opportunity for students in Saints time. We now have interventions starting in math and reading at the secondary level. They have, even the high school has a school-wide intervention happening around vocabulary. All content is doing some vocabulary instruction, which research shows students perform better when they can understand the key vocabulary that you're going to have in instruction. So we have some really great things happening and teachers are doing the deep work. And I think that is a reason we are going to continue to see growth like we're starting to see.
Any questions? Go ahead, Pam.
So, you guys have done a lot in the last 2 years. I mean, kudos, we've really got some things going really well. We still see some drops. I know this isn't showing the grade, following
At the
the
same
grade,
grade.
which would be nice to show. Maybe you should show that next time, to show where the grade is, because then we can really correlate. If you look at it, you say, well, gee, some of these, they're doing great in 6th grade, and then all of a sudden 7th, 8th, and 9th, they're falling apart. But I understand why that is. So I know we've got catch up to do with a number of students because of, that lowness that they're at. You feel like we're catching ground. How long do you think until we really see the average really go up? What are your thoughts? I know we're getting some good goals in place. We got people stretching that they've never had to do before and they're thinking differently, so that's all good. How long do you think? Another year?
Well, I think I've seen that growth now already. There's been improved scores in elementary. I've also seen it in the spring now in middle school. So I am starting to think we're moving into high school next. That's the goal. Plus, they're putting in interventions that have never happened before. So we are also getting more specific in what students need at the upper grades, which we hadn't done in the past.
So we're getting there. We're getting to that.
3 to 5 years, I heard. I think that's a good number.
Yeah,
It takes time.
It takes time because you gotta catch up. I'm just really pleased that we're using Fast Bridge, like it's meant to be used.
Yeah, thank you to you and your curriculum department, and especially your work with Teacher Academy, because they've also done some good things as well, and so we're working collaboratively.
Well, I should say one thing new that I'm doing with Teacher Academy specialists is getting them training outside of our district to build them up. So I have sent math specialists from all the levels to training this past summer. And we are now meeting as a team 3 times a year to talk about what are we gonna do, all of us, to build our teachers up, getting ready for, let's say, the math standards coming. And so I'm now starting that with the ELA or the reading specialist as well. So I'm kind of excited we're getting in with the specialists and giving them some training.
Any further questions?
No,
Okay, Sammy?
I have a comment. I just like when I hear you talk, Stacy, because you're always so excited about it. I can tell that, no, that makes a difference. I can tell you're really passionate about what you do, and that feeds off to everybody that's around you. So I'm excited to watch from afar. These are just going to continue to shoot up. Thank you for your hard work.
All right, well, thank you. All right, next up, technology report. Didi's up.
Good evening, thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board, Superintendent Anderson. I'm pitch hitting tonight for Dustin Lang from our CISO Tech Department to present the updated report for technology. I apologize, it wasn't in your packet earlier today, until today. There's just a little confusion on Dustin's part. Is there any way to make that a little larger down the bottom?
Maybe.
You hit it again, down the bottom, there was a plus sign.
No,
Now down on the bottom, in the middle.
down on the bottom of the middle.
No,
Left,
on the
left,
actual
left.
document, see that little plus, there we go. There we go, that's maybe a little easier, thank you. Okay, so, CISO did perform a printer assessment. This was looking at all of our copiers, printers, and in looking at that comparison to the print center that we have for doing print jobs. And today, during our cabinet meeting, Craig Larson did present an assessment, an early assessment. The print center does provide a lower cost per copy to do printing compared to the copier printers that we have in our actual departments or buildings. We have a little more work to do to look at how we should be applying that. Right now, that is a district cost at the print center versus when it's in the building, the copier printer is then an allocation within, it's a cost within that building. So further development on that, there was a couple of questions we had for Craig to go back and look at and bring back some more information. We'll bring that back to cabinet again and then maybe make a recommendation as to what we need to do with printers. And this kind of all stem with, are we getting the bang for our buck with the county center? And costs are less, however, we also employ an employee, and how is that built into all of that? So more to come on that. It's not totally complete, but I wanted you to know that you did look at that. And then Batteries Plus, a company, has been providing us the backup for ensuring that our network equipment has proper surge protection and battery backup. We did get quotes from all of those, and I believe we're moving forward with using Batteries Plus to provide that surge protection for our buildings. Next, Tech Connect, excuse me, company that we work with has been working with the school district and the technology department to make sure that we can get replacement switches at the middle school. We've had some persistent issues with networking issues, and has caused some outages in the building. You might have heard about that. So those switches then work with the internal network and connecting the Wi-Fi. So it's those physical connections that they've made improvements on. So
they've made improvements or they need to make improvements?
they have made the improvements, if I understand.
But we'll have more to do.
Doesn't, yeah. The next one on the bottom, the fiber connection, Cable Cloud has resolved a physical connection issue for the fiber, and then we're just waiting for confirmation from Tech Check to resolve the network programming changes to fully resolve the issue. Again, this is a middle school issue. It's been a chronic issue in their main closet. It appears now to be stable. So the work that they got finalized has been stabilizing that at the middle school. And the next one is a tech assessment on the local area network. We've begun the project design of replacing all of the local area network switching equipment, including at the district, the wireless access point. They'll be doing the same thing as they did at the middle school for the entire district. We've got some failing equipment, and so replacing those and bringing those up to date as well. And then the switch here at the district office is planned to be replaced. It's going to be on Friday. There'll be a little shutdown. Apologize, there's a typo, at least on mine. There's a typo there. They'll be shut down for a little period of time. We're allowing employees to be able to work remotely that are in this particular building. So that update will occur. Did they change the time on that?
Yeah, it starts at 10 o'clock on November 8th.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's either work remotely or, like in my case and many others, will be just located in different schools.
Sure. Next on the list, and it's kind of maybe spills over to the next page, but the tech assessment ISP redesign. During the audit that has been done for the district, the project work has begun to streamline internet connections between buildings. We've got kind of a hodgepodge going on between buildings, and the equipment varies across all the different locations. So the idea is to unify and simplify the network infrastructure to improve the connectivity and efficiency. So in the document at the left, the ISP, in case you didn't know, Internet Service Provider, it's basically how we're set up in the district. And I know when we did the study for the tech division within it, we found that there was all these different connections that weren't really making any sense, that we try to get the same thing. It makes it more efficient, easier to operate, easier to diagnose and run as well. Then next on the list, thank you, got an excellent Vanna up there with Vanessa, thank you very much. The tech assessment MFA, the multi-factor authentication, we started to work on some implementation of a multi-factor authentication, which basically means most of you probably have had this either with your bank or whatever, where you sign into a system and you get something back saying, is it really you, right? You phone, you can phone call, you got through, email. We're trying to do that for, first of all, key employees in administration or that has relation to, working in finance, working in HR, areas where you want to make sure that the person is legitimate, but also branching this out to the entire district. And there'll be a couple of different options that we can do, where it could be on your phone, like most of us are used to. It could be a call back to your phone number at your desk. It could be looking at all the varieties and opportunities for fitting the best needs for individuals in our school buildings. They're either looking at Google, by the way, or the rapid identity to determine which is best for the district. So additionally, there's what's called a UBI key, which could also be something where it's like a fob, if you will, to do that. So multiple options. We're not done with that assessment as to how we should be doing that. Next, one of the recommendations is looking at the phone system. If any phone system begins to start aging, and that's no different here. The key thing is can the phone system with a slight upgrade work with the network system we have here? So they're looking at that, they're testing that, and maybe it would be the best option is to have a new system. So again, looking at the cost, looking at the capabilities, and looking at how that all ties together with our network.
I have a question.
Good.
How old is our phone system?
I couldn't tell you that off the top of my head. I could get that for you.
I'm just curious,
Yeah.
I mean, because it comes to a point where you hodgepodge it over so many times and then you.
Yeah, school districts usually hang onto their phone system for quite a while.
Okay.
Guessing somewhere around that 10 years, maybe?
Oh, longer than that.
Longer than that? Okay, 15 maybe?
Longer than that.
Okay, it's a long time.
That's-
Great question, Pete.
That's what I was wondering.
It's time. It's never.
You know, when do you have the conversation of hodgepodging and,
Yeah.
and let's do this right and have a serious conversation about it.
Yeah, we
We'll
can
find out the
find
exact
out.
Yeah, I would be curious of what it was.
Sure.
And that's,
Yeah. I know it's not something you readily do because it is expensive to do, so. And then the last one, I believe on here, is the tech assessment, the server redesign. They're in the early stages of a project to move servers from Azure cloud back on site. This potentially could save some money, so it's been out there, in the cloud and provide more reliable support for services like JCI, which is Johnson Controls, which monitors our anger handling system. And I'm not sure what DNA Fusion is. I don't know if anybody else knows, but it's to take care of all of that. You do know?
Yeah, DNA Fusion is our door control system,
Okay.
so auto unlocking and locking doors and badge access and things like that.
So we feel that right now we're paying a lot of money out for a cloud-based system, and we'll be bringing it in-house. It will be less and be more reliable and be training people to be able to manage that as well. So more to come on that. So longer run view on how we take care of all of that.
If I could just add one thing, we're doing a lot of assessments. They will be very costly, implementing some of the changes like the phone system and servers and the network redesign. So just to let you know, I don't know a dollar amount. We need to do the assessments first, but it's a high priority for us, and we'll be approaching the board at some point to talk about costs.
Okay.
So of course, my questions are gonna be goals, and I don't, you're just reporting off of this, so maybe this is more for Carson, but, I don't see goals, so I don't see, what are the issues that we're trying to resolve? What's our downtime been? I know we had some issues in the past, and I don't know where they're at right now as far as downtime in the classroom due to technology. So I see all these actions which, they're probably needed, right? Otherwise you wouldn't have them on here, but I don't see what the impact is going to be. So it's hard for me, maybe for the board to really grasp, what is this gonna bring us? What's the return on investment? What's our downtime gonna be up? What are the issues we're trying to solve? I know it's assessments, so we're assessing, but I'm struggling with grasping why do we need this and how badly do we need this? I know you'll come up with costs later, but goals again, and tracking and understanding data is really key to understanding and getting the board to buy into what are you gonna need in the future, right?
I think it's a
What's
fair
it gonna be?
question. I know last spring, for several months, we were tracking some key metrics.
Yes,
Andy, had chosen his metrics that I think were good to follow. And we did make improvements in all or most of those metrics.
we did, yeah.
Yeah, now we had a transition in terms of leadership, and so we haven't really focused on that again. But that's one thing that I can talk to Dustin about and either reuse the same metrics or come up with a different set depending on.
Yeah, because did we again, for Andy, did we have 3 to 5 year? Did we have breakthrough goals for technology or did we not quite get to that point?
We did have 3 to 5 year goals. A couple of key, well, the most important was the email reliability because about a year ago, we had that disaster.
Yeah.
Because our emails were going into people's spam. And so we really tracked the reliability of email and some adjustments were made or maybe just time passed and then, we were at a good level. So.
Yeah, so I felt like we had good goals in place. Andy made those goals. I think that was good. So now it's time again, even though we've transitioned to a new CISO is supposed to be right up there, right, with their performance and with their ability and their background and all that. So I would expect goals quickly to be in place. So maybe you can let us know when we can get those goals in place so that we can really understand what is this going to do for us or why are we doing it, or is doing it because we think we need it, and what are we going to gain from it? So,
sure.
Okay, thank you.
Well, and I would say you're fully aware that some of this we may not have financially, so there may be an outside source we'd have to go to for some of this. If there's big money tags, and that, of course, you guys are fully aware of, then you need to come up with again, why do we need it?
Right.
What does this do for the students, for education, for the community, and then you start. And that will come with that. Right.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up.
Yeah.
Well.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions, Dee? Any further questions for Dee? All right.
Thanks for pitching.
Thanks for coming in and standing in for us. Next up is the Human Resource Report. Mr. Brandon, I take it, give him that one? Mariah, welcome on, Mariah.
Mariah will need to introduce yourself because she's new to the district.
Good evening. My name is Mariah Bangsness. I was hired in June of this year for the Human Resources Manager position. Our Human Resources Department consists of 4 members. Brandon Nelson is here tonight, Janet Anderson, and Aaron Kugler. We all play key factors in contributing towards our goals that I'm about to talk about. And so listed here are some of the goals that were either presented by the school board or we came up with as a department. This year we sat down at the beginning of the year and we came up with several goals. Some are not listed here and we wanted to, what goals are we working towards to achieve as the department this year? And so as we began discussing goals and navigating the present and the future, we came up with a plan of action. And so listed here. The first one that we are going to achieve is the highly qualified. And so I want to credit Deb Parsons and Bridget Brown. They did an incredible job this summer getting the ball rolling on getting educational assistance highly qualified. As you guys are all probably aware that the state of Minnesota mandated for next year for all the paraprofessionals to be highly qualified. To become highly qualified, the requirements are listed on this slide. And so the special ed department came up with this, they got the ball rolling and so they passed it off to us. I believe that's like 92% in that range. We've maintained that with the amount of new hires that we have had, and we can talk about that in a minute. And so everyone that is not currently highly qualified, they're on track to become highly qualified. And so this means that they are either scheduled for a master teacher highly qualified test, or they are going to be obtaining the college credits necessary to become highly qualified, which is 60 credits or more. And so, or they're also going to be obtaining their 3 years of experience. And so between all of those different options, we are anticipating by June 5th, the end of the school year, for 100% of educational assistants that are employed in St. Francis area schools to be highly qualified.
If I could throw in, I think a year ago it was around 25%.
Right.
So it was a huge change.
Yeah, we're currently at 93%, and which converts to 11 professionals that are currently employed that are not highly qualified. And the next goal that I want to talk about is standard operating procedures. So this is something that I had contributed towards the department when I came in. There was some training holes and things like that. And so I sat down and I said, how am I going to make this better? And standard operating procedures is a great tool to use. It streamlines training processes, gives you outcome measures, process measures, and balancing measures. And this is going to contribute to the succession planning of the department as well. And so as tasks and duties are moved around to each position, it provides a fluency in training. And so what is a standard operating procedure? It's a document that you can pick up, and somebody who has had no training in that task can pick it up and they can complete the task start to finish correctly. And so it not only streamlines the training, it streamlines the way that our outcomes will become, where everything is going to be a lot more consistent. And so it's going to decrease the amount of time that's going to be training, and it's going to get everybody more on the same page as far as how tasks should be completed.
Can I just ask a question?
Yeah.
Where did you get this from? Because this is lean, this is awesome. This is standard operating procedures, it's reduced onboarding time and standard work so that everybody knows what everybody's doing. How did you come to this?
So I will credit a previous supervisor that I had when I had worked at Voyage Healthcare as a human resources manager, human resources assistant. She had implemented that, and she said, "You are not going to like this, but this is how we're going to do it."
Well, still,
and that is,
all good.
yes, that's a tool that I've kept in my pocket.
That's great. That's great. So you've got, now you have an experienced individual within the staff who knows why you want this. So good job, good hire, great. I'm really happy with that because it's applicable everywhere.
Yeah, I think that is probably one of the most important things that I've gathered through my professional career this far.
Yeah, standard word for leaders too is another one.
Definitely.
You've been exposed to that too, I'm sure.
I knew you had a bite down there.
I know, I just like, good hire. Okay.
And the last thing that I would like to talk about is our staffing, retention rates, and turnover. And so I gathered the data for the last 10 years, and we are at record fill rates and new hire rates for this school year. Granted, we are only 2.5 months in, but so the graph that is displayed on the screen is showing the new hire rates from 7/1 of that year to 10/22 of that year. That's the data that I pulled. And so you can see that bar graph is just increasing exponentially. And so this is great because it shows a turn in the employer market. And so it's going from an employee market to an employer market in turn, which is meaning that our retention rates are increasing, as you can see in the board packets from the data that I pulled. Again, the data that I pulled that's in the board packet, those retention rates are for the entire year, whereas the 2024 to 2025 is only going to be from 7/1 to current. And so already we're at only 7%, which I think is fantastic considering years prior it was at 65% back in 2015. And you can see that has steadily been decreasing as well.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Has there been discussion of what's going on? Like, why are they staying? Is there anybody asked so we have an idea? Because right now I think we're kind of thinking, and I'm thinking of a few things, but I don't know for sure. I mean, I can say I'm thinking maybe unemployment when they get, that has something to do with it. I mean, that's that was a big win, and that's a great thing, because then people aren't saying, well, I can't afford to work for the schools because I don't get paid for 3 months, and now, you know, the unemployment that they can garner that has helped. I don't know what all of it is, but I'd be curious if we could, you know, if we could figure it out. Find out at some point why, or do, end of the year surveys or something, yeah, grant something to figure out. Because you see that number go up, it's like, wow, I'd like to find out if we could why.
Yeah.
Not guess, because I'm guessing here, I don't know why.
Yeah.
But I know we lost one of our employees here at the school district, just so you know. Her kid is at one of our schools and she loves it. I'm thrilled for her. But yeah, I'd be curious as to why, so.
Yeah, I think that would be good data to gather towards the end of the year, maybe survey all the staff members and just ask them what attributes of the school that, why they enjoy working for.
Especially because you saw where the numbers were, to where they are now would be nice to someone.
Yeah, and as you can see between, just in the last year, it's almost, we're up 70 people.
Yeah.
And so it's, I mean, we're doing something right, but also I think that we just need to continue to work towards those goals of retention and decreasing that turnover rate. So it seems like the labor market is definitely stabilizing from the 2020 to 2021 and just going up from there. I think that more and more people are, each year that we gather, that we go away from 2020, people are looking for jobs and they need to stay at those jobs too. Less and less jobs are becoming available, and so I think that that's also contributing towards the retention rate, so everybody needs a job, so. Any questions?
further questions? Molly,
Thank you so much.
And nice job.
Good job.
Thank you, everybody.
Brian, Brandon, great job.
Okay. Next up, transportation report.
Good evening, everyone. I am Peggy Tesdall, and I'm your transportation supervisor. The school year is well underway with 20 days left in the first trimester. We were fortunate to have enough drivers to begin the school year, and we licensed 3 new drivers in the first 10 days of school, and 4 more drivers we have in training right now. We currently have 2 drivers out on extended leave of absences, and we were able to assign drivers to those routes so we have consistency for our students. It's safer to have the same driver who knows the route, and it's nicer for the parents who are used to the same driver each day, and we're not scrambling every morning to cover the routes. No district around us is in this position. Everyone else is still struggling to hire. When I talk to vendors, they all tell me that the districts they serve are reporting that things are getting better, but not perfect yet. We were able to add 1 more full route this year and an additional preschool route starting on September 23rd. We are transporting over 140 students to preschool. Every time we add a route, we are shortening ride times and helping out with the behaviors that are happening on our buses. The new school year brought some new technology to us. Our new routing software, Easy Routing, has been working well. It's easy for the route specialists to use, and we are finally able to utilize the Zoner tablets, which were purchased in 2021, to give our drivers turn-by-turn directions to all of their stops. The turn-by-turn directions are updated immediately when any changes are made to the route. We're still experiencing some problems with the timing of some of the routes, but the drivers are used to that and can help us manually make changes as needed. We don't always know which routes those timing issues are on because the drivers are taking care of it on the routes. Easy Routing came with a new bus app called BusQuest for parents to know when their bus enters their zone. The zone is currently set at 3/10 of a mile. It rolled out without a hitch. We have had very few calls about it not working, and drivers report that their students are arriving at the bus stops on time. Behavior continues to take time for us in the office. Reading incident reports, watching video, calling parents all happen daily. Behaviors consist of inappropriate language, vaping, hitting, spitting, damaging seats, throwing objects, standing on seats, walking around the bus while it's moving, bullying, etc. We call parents once and give a warning, and then we have a progressive discipline after that, usually involving suspension.
The response from parents seems to be getting better, but a lot of parents tell us it's not a punishment for the child, it's a punishment for them. All students on the bus deserve to have a ride to and from school that's peaceful. We have 5 vans that go out every day. We have students who are part of the McKinney-Vento program. Students are transported to the Rum River schools in Cambridge. Students participate in a care and treatment program, and a few who just can't ride on a regular or sped route. We have brought this work back into our district. We currently contract the ride for 1 student. The days of transportation go quickly. We just get the kiddos to school and we are lining up at the middle school to take them all home. In between, we change oil, adjust routes, talk with the schools, parents, and staff about a lot of different things. All of this is done to give our students the best experience we can while they are on our buses. The bus is where the days start and end. So I'm going to add something to the question that Ms. Kelly just asked. One day this summer, I hired 3 fully licensed drivers. I don't have to hire anybody else right now. And I think it's because St. Francis Area Schools is a good place to work. People come here, we're able to keep them. We don't have a whole lot of turnover in our drivers once we get them here. Our new turn-by-turn system is great. But one person in particular that I hired this summer, and he was licensed on the 16th of September, but he has a full-time job that he works from home doing IT at home for one of the big utility companies. And you don't have to look farther than the grocery store to know why some of these young people with children need an extra job or a little more money, because it's just, they can't do it on what they're making. So he said it's the economy that brought him here. And I think he wants a little bit of the social time from working at home by himself all the time. He get out, he loves his job, and we love having him. So that's one of the reasons I think that people are coming to work here.
Another question?
I know we had problems with some longer routes at the beginning of the school year, especially for younger children, and I know that seems to be pretty typical every year when you're adjusting them. Are we through that? I mean, are we past that?
I think so, because I haven't gotten a whole lot of calls. People get used to that. And yes, the first couple of weeks of school, they are longer. And we have worked through some of that. We've made a few adjustments to routes.
What is the longest ride that a student would have to have?
It's possible that we have a few students that are on the bus for 60 minutes, 55 to 60 minutes.
Ralph, got a question?
Well, I just wanted to say thank you for all that you do, and the transportation department is running really well. And just wanted to vouch for that. My kids get out there each morning, and out the door in time to get to the bus. So that works great.
Thank you. Glad to hear
Any further questions, Peggy?
It's great to hear the turn-by-turn, because I know we had a lot of issues before, so thanks for all that you've done, Betty, because I know you've made a huge impact. My question again is going to be metrics. So one of the metrics that you obviously could track, or maybe you are tracking, is the ride time. But what other metrics are you looking at to continuously improve your department? Of course, you know, incidents on the bus, behavior issues, and you know, so that we can focus more in on what we do to help. You know, what are you doing to make things even better? So, you know, that's always continuous improvement. So just wondering if you have specific goals yet or not.
I don't really have specific goals. I mean, the big one was to get fully staffed with drivers, because that's been an issue for a lot of years.
Right.
Behaviors are always huge. When I have drivers that we're training, like we have 4 drivers in training right now, they're all at work 6 hours a day. And we send them out on buses where we have issues, hopefully to help the driver and to calm some of these things down and see if they can figure out what it is that's going wrong and where the conflict is between some of the kids.
So you're focusing in on certain routes that you
Yes,
see
exactly.
you have those needs.
You know, and some of those are newer drivers. And some, you know, every driver has a different kind of temperament and things that they expect. And as routes change and we get kids moving from one bus to another, that makes an impact, because the new driver maybe has different expectations on them. But yes, when we find things out, and I tell you, we can be looking for something on a bus, something that was reported. We find all kinds of other things going on. It's like, okay, we need to be on this bus because
XYZ is happening. And so we try to make that happen. In the afternoons, they're always worse than the mornings.
Yeah, and I know it may be a little bit of a challenge to track, but I think if you guys maybe got together as a team and talked about that, how can you track those things? Because it'd be nice to know, what works and what doesn't work. And you're doing things and you're focusing in, is it working, is it not working? Gaining some of those successes around, wow, okay, now my route's much more calm, I can focus on my driving, what helped and what made that way. So maybe some opportunities to have some of those discussions with your team.
I know a couple of years ago, the goal, I think for both Peggy and me, had to do with reducing or eliminating the drops in the country because we didn't have enough drivers. Yeah. And Peggy solved it, over the last 2 years, because it just doesn't happen anymore. But that was the biggest concern for us, for safety, for convenience, but now I do think, like Peggy was saying, discipline is we want to really focus on that.
And for the parents who say that, well, this is really just inconveniencing me, I hope the comment back, it's up to them as a parent to make it inconvenient for the child. We don't, as a school district, we can't set this record straight. We can only say you're off. This is why you're off. I agree, all students deserve to have a safe ride to school. And it is a privilege to ride the bus. It is not a right. It's a privilege. So if they lose that privilege, I feel awful that it inconveniences the parents, but it's up to that parent to make consequences at home for losing their right on the bus. So just if any parents are watching out there, that's your job as a parent, So I encourage that because the discipline issues on buses, I would like to see them go down. And Peg, you're doing an awesome job. It's not because of you. Overall, kids need to have those set in place. But I will say that my grandkids love their bus driver. Love, and so do my daughters. And there's been a few times where my daughters called up and said, if a parent calls, this is what really happened.
Yep, yes.
And had the bus drivers back because there's some people that don't know how to drive out there. So anyways, you're doing a fabulous job and keep it up because my kids use that long bus ride to do their homework because they have gymnastics that day. So the long bus rides, if you use them properly, they can get their work done too, so. Thank you.
And I've said many times over myself, that bus, to follow up with Amy, that bus is like a rolling classroom.
Yep, it is.
The rules in the classroom also apply to that bus, and I'm sure the kids understand that. These are hoping people.
And I'll follow that up by, do we have, one of the most important things a new teacher can do, and we all know this, is have that classroom management. And any principal can walk down the hall and they know which teachers have classroom management and which ones are struggling. And so maybe we'll put that on the teacher's goal for next year to get some classroom management. Is there any training there for bus drivers? Because it is a classroom, those kids are going to test. And if you get a new driver, there might be things that are happening on one bus that would never happen on a seasoned bus. Do you understand mine?
I do. We have training almost every month, and we're getting some good training in. And our senior drivers are a wealth of knowledge and always willing to share information and to help out other drivers. If I know that there's an issue on the bus, I either get a call or we've seen it on a video or a driver has expressed something. It's very easy for me to walk to the bus. I mean, the worst problems are happening on our middle school route, and luckily that's right outside the door. I spend quite a bit of time out there in the mornings when they're dropping off and in the afternoons when they're picking up, addressing some of these issues that are going on. So yeah, we're out there, we're working with them, we're trying to help and try to support as much as we can.
You're doing a great job, thank you. You have a tough job.
Yeah. Speaking of videos, I mean, that's just a great piece, right, that you can tap into. Do you kind of audit those at all? Do you ever look at, how your new drivers, how the kids are behaving on their buses? Do you ever get the opportunity as their supervisor to do that? I mean, it might be an opportunity.
Yes, and I understand what you're saying. I've been a driver for 28 years here. if a driver tells me that this is happening on the bus, I believe my driver.
Well, I
Because
agree,
they're not-
I'm just wondering if, if there's lessons learned that you could
Yes,
you can
yes,
help somehow, and I know that, you know, it would be something you do all the time, but I'm just thinking it's a resource to take a peek at once in a while, maybe to see how things are going, and you could help recommend, because you've got all that experience.
so in general, I'm not going out and just pulling a video to watch it, but we find it if we're looking for something else.
Correct.
Or sometimes a driver who is leaving a school behind another bus sees something happening. And then we'll pull the tape and take a look.
For incident.
Yes, to take a look. And again, we find things that we didn't know about, so.
That's good.
Mr. Bird called me this afternoon and I will get you the information on that.
Go ahead, in Peggy's report, she talked about an aging bus fleet, so I just asked that she provided us a list of years of buses and mileage on our buses, so we have a better idea of what aging means.
It's coming.
If I could add to that, CISO is doing a fleet management analysis that will also include that information as well as recommended replacement plans and costs. So certainly, Peggy, you could provide that information out, but you will also give that analysis a bit later.
Okay, well, thank you for coming in, appreciate it, thank you. Next up, you see at 5.7, first reading policies, there's 10 of them on there. If you would, this is the first reading, between now and the next meeting, take time to go over and look at the policies, there's 10 of them. You have questions about it, individual sections of it, please call in ahead of time and maybe get your answers for what you see on those 10 policies. First reading for 10 of them. Any questions right now about them? Any issues on those 10? If not, move on to the admin report, Mr. Superintendent.
All right, I'll just highlight a couple of things. First, there's information in the packet about our ag program, because we lost our 2 ag teachers at the end of last year. And so this is the stopgap measure in trying to incorporate as much ag programming into Saints Academy as possible. We had, I think, a successful Indigenous Peoples Day, where we provided learning for K-12 students for an hour on that day. We did provide learning for preschoolers in 2 30-minute segments. It turns out that we're not required to do that for preschoolers, but we enjoyed it. We thought it was a really meaningful thing for those preschoolers, so we plan to continue that in the future. There's also another, it's essentially the same as the last meeting, kind of an update about the library materials review committee, so I won't go over that now. American flags, Chuck and his team have been kind of auditing the different buildings and figuring out exactly where we are still missing some American flags. We want one in every regular classroom. It's the right thing to do. It's also the legal requirement. And so his team is working on that. I'm going to jump back to the tour of the Saints Manufacturing that occurred last week. Nate and Rob were able to attend. Mike, I know, had really worked with Eric Trost to kind of get the ball rolling, and Dax, our communications person, invited people to come. We had 4 legislators, and I'll tell you what, they were fully engaged. Eric Trost is an amazing speaker. He understands the program and the needs of the program. His request to the legislators was to find a way to use the money generated from the revenue we receive to pay, small scholarships to kids who are in the program who complete, a year of Saints Manufacturing. So the legislators, like I said, were engaged with asking questions. I'm not sure what's going to happen next, for sure, with any potential legislation, but I want to let you know. We would have the ability to hire Brad Mundell. Amy, I'm sure you know Brad from C. He's retired now, and he said he would be willing to help us. It probably cost $2,000, maybe $3,000 to make it happen. We could certainly take it out of the fund balance for Saints Manufacturing to see if we can put it together. So we'll consider that. I would have some details to work out with Brad between now and the next meeting probably. So just thought I'd let you know.
And the nice thing about using Brad is he's been down at the Capitol for, I don't know,
Decades.
yeah, he knows the systems. He knows how bills go through and who to talk to and how to get them heard in both the House and the Senate. So he would be a great advocate for this. That would be a win for our students. So that would be awesome.
Yeah, it won't be an easy climb, because we're a public entity, and so our expenditures are for a public purpose. But, you know, as Eric's dad said, in the class, you know, if they can figure something out for, you know, prisoners to be earning money, you know, then hopefully we can find a way to pay for our students to do a similar thing.
Who were the legislators that came? Who were the?
Oh, I was afraid you'd ask that today. I got the names.
All right.
Gary Niska is one of them. Peggy Scott.
Senator Lucero, Representatives Lawrence, Scott, Niska, and Novotny.
Yeah, they were
The invite went out to
fantastic.
all of ours.
Right.
Those are the ones that responded.
Asked great questions. They were pressed.
It's a good turnout.
It was really well done. Yeah. That's all I had.
All right, well, thank you very much. Next, we're moving to the action items. First one up is 6.1, chainsawing, St. Francis High School. Mr. Nace is there. You can give a presentation? No?
Or he's at least available.
He's available.
Package one.
Okay, so I find it very, very interesting that he brings this to us about 4 days before Halloween. So.
The same thing.
So what it is, I mean, chainsawing is, yeah, maybe a little Halloweenish. Basically, we've done this for years. I was trying to think, I thought an easy way to think of it, because Amy can actually help me out. Ashley didn't do it, but I'm pretty sure Ryan, we did it about that time. So I don't know how many years that's been, it's kind of wild.
That would be 2000 and,
Yeah.
right around, well, 12, it would have been right around that year.
So, yeah. I don't think he was actually in that class, but I know, yeah, I had him here at that time.
You remember his cute smile. Like
What's that?
You remember his cute smile. Like
Yeah, absolutely. So what it is chainsaw safety. That's, we don't fell any trees. We lean on the grounds guys and maintenance guys, usually the grounds. And what they are, if you've been behind the school woods at the high school, there's paths there. There's trees that are either about to fall or fell. Around the baseball fields, I'm just trying to think of the ones we've done just for the last year or so that are hanging over the, you know, they're leaning the baseball field. The grounds guy will come, drop them. We basically we clean up. I go over like how to use a chainsaw. We got a lot of these kids. I mean, I guess my feeling is, and I talked with a couple other people here, we just had those storms a couple of months ago. I went into Coon Rapids because I was actually looking to purchase a couple more saws because we like to have some, you know, in reserve, and there wasn't any. I know there's a lot of people that, you know, some of my neighbors, they don't have a chainsaw, they got a tree that's down, they go to Menards and they look and, okay, I'll get this. And it's scary when somebody who doesn't know how to use a chainsaw, I'm not. But I mean, we've all seen someone, our neighbors, you look over the fence, you see somebody using it, and they're just doing a lot of things wrong. That's why accidents happen. So I show them, you know, we have everything. I guess if you want to have hers as well. We had IEA come in, they went through our stuff. We have the chaps, we have, you know, gloves, face shield, the arborist helmet. I let her actually, she did a report on.
I can chip it over.
Yeah, they're good. And then while you're walking up, just want to let you know, we've been doing it for over 10 years. I heard about it for the first time just a couple of weeks ago. And, you know, I have, you know, a couple of friends, you know, people who are affiliated with the school district who went through some pretty serious stuff here because of those storms. And so when that happened, I thought we better double check this, you know, for safety and to make sure that the board is okay with doing this kind of work. I'm supportive of it because I think it's a great skill for kids to have, but I just wanted to slow down and make sure that we follow through some things. And so Chris has done a lot of work compiling information, and it's Amanda,
Amanda,
I'm sorry, from IEA, if you can describe what you've done.
So I'm a safety consultant, I'm a certified safety professional. I've worked at IU for about 7 years now. And so what I had done is I had gone through all of the equipment that Chris's class would be potentially using, from their protective equipment, the actual equipment itself that's going to be used or has been used in the past. So equipment wise, what is there is in remarkably good condition for, chainsaws usually get some hard work put in on them. And everything is very well maintained. It's been cleaned, sharpened, and just the storage and handling and care of it as a whole has been to manufacturer standards, if not better. So that was great to see there. And so it's leading by example in a classroom setting so that students, when they go out into their future workplaces or even home, that they're able to rely back on those. Looking more so to the specific personal protective equipment or PPE, a variety of injuries can occur from handling any sort of equipment, but specifically with chainsaws where you see the majority of injuries is actually to the leg. Both the lower and upper portion of the leg is where about 43% of injuries occur, which is why Chris's team is very stressful on wearing chainsaw pants, which they look like chaps. They have,
Yeah, we have enough for
yeah.
anyone who would be operating a saw. And what you were just talking about sitting back here, because there's 25 kids at least. We don't have, that's what I kind of wanted to spell. I don't send 25 kids out, we're just, it's not like, so we might have, and I see some smiles, but we have EAs that come with us. And I'll tell you the very first time, because this is just, I've been here 25 years, I told him on the phone, I said, I'm in my 50s, and I have a lot to lose, but I have things that I have to lose. If I'm like, and I'm a pretty conservative guy, if there's a risk where I don't feel comfortable, I'm not doing it. But I can tell you over the years, okay, these might not be the most, they're all great kids, but they might not be the best student in a math class or something, and they're kind of like, don't pay attention stuff. And you probably have some neighbor kids that are like this, but you give them a saw or something, they're extremely careful. They've done this, they're interested in it. They want to look, they want to do this sort of stuff. So it's really, like the discipline thing, and I'm pretty firm on that stuff anyway, but for some of these kids, they understand that's a no-brainer. There isn't time to mess around. They do pay attention to, because they're working with their uncles and stuff. They have stories too. Because I tell them, most people, when they go into an art, and the first time I said it's scary, they don't really know kind of what they're doing. They're learning by doing, which is not the best thing to do with the chainsaw. Just holding the saw backwards. So if you do stumble, you do trip, there's a whole litany of things. That's kind of the purpose of the whole deal is, like I said, not to be, trained loggers. It's like I said, we live in Minnesota, you got a limb down. And we even have like electric saws, because some people, we were talking about the weight, because I think you asked doing the
Yeah, selecting the appropriate equipment for someone's, weight and ability, you want to keep your ergonomics in place. So you have some electric saws that are very lightweight.
And we kind of tell, if someone they want to try it, and we have, because it's a 9-12 class, boys and girls. That's the class where we do tiling, drywall. It's a home maintenance class. One of the things this little section is on, doing this. But we have kids that want to try it, but they're a little nervous about a gas-powered saw. We have electric saw, we have our own generator. So if they get nervous and they just it just stops. That we purposely have those things, and they have so that's kind of why we have a variety of different things. We also have kids that are full bore into this thing, and they always grab the big one. And I usually make sure that they're proficient with it before we use it. But that's kind of how we run the class.
Yeah, so he has a full arsenal of PPE, including equipment that meets OSHA standards when it comes to what a professional will be wearing, from the grounds team to their county support teams out for actually working with chainsaws. Same grade of equipment that they would be expected to use is what Chris has brought into the classroom, whether it's an ANSI standard at least or an ASTM, which is American Standards Testing and Material Standards. We did make one recommendation based off of our assessment for the consideration of some foot and toe protective. Those, they're not necessarily needed for every task that's involved with the coursework. It's just, if someone is using, a certain type of sock or keylead in one fashion, that's when they might wanna, add in those. They do make overshoe styles that can be pretty, slimming on to other footwear, not having to go out and buy
Right,
professional.
so they're not
steel
steel,
boots.
every kid's not gonna have steel toe boot. The thing is, a lot of our kids have those boots, but if somebody shows up, if they show up with sandals, they're not. Just find a place where you're gonna have to, but you're brushing your feet. No, but I don't think we've ever had a kid, we have kids that, and some of these kids, they wear Crocs every day, or flip-flops every day. And I'll say, you can't wear that for you go outside. And they, this kid's never worn anything but Crocs, so he shows up with a pair of boots on. But if somebody did come with a pair of tennis shoes on, yeah, we want to get those coverings.
Yeah. So similar to like when you have a science class and you have a lab or, practice the use of, chemicals and equipment, expectations of the classroom. Similar things happen in industrial tech course rooms, whether it's their auto shops that are using small guys and metals. And of course, anything with, your tile and sheet rock courses, but then specifically your chainsaw. Chris has attended multiple education opportunities specific to chainsaw and industrial tech safety within the last month, 2 months even.
Yeah.
He's annually done his employer to know, which is an enhanced version with more tailored towards the shop safety. So coming from like a compliance standpoint, like if I was running a grounds team with him as the manager, I would say that he's like, well, be a qualified or competent person, which is language that we look at from the compliance side of things, of having the knowledge and the ability to stop work when it does become potentially unsafe. So those are some highlights, I guess, from our audit and inspection there, so.
A couple of people, sorry, I didn't mean to jump in front of everyone. A couple of things, you require a waiver signed by parents.
At the beginning of the year, that kind of covers that we're gonna be using machinery, and they also have to do a safety test. The kids, not their best friend the first week, we make them do a safety test, and they have to get 100% on it. And then if they don't, they just retake it. It's kind of like a driver's test where it's the same thing. But I want to make sure that, yes, you knew this, and I can pull out that sheet that, yes, Amanda knew that, you wouldn't want to cut something that's less than 8 inches. So I try to cover all that stuff, so then that's in there as well.
Yeah, and I already knew that answer.
Oh.
But I appreciate it. Just to confirm it. If, the one concern would be if like a student, just signs the form herself or himself, signing the parent's name. So if there's any way you could, if you could at least let parents know that that's going to be one of the units, or that we're starting the unit, just to give them an extra chance to be aware of what's happening, I would really appreciate it. We all know that waivers have limited value, comes down to the safety standards and the training and, supervision, but I think that would be nice. Just send a quick email out to parents who would be participating. The other issue is that we just got the information today, and so we forwarded it to our insurance company, and I don't think we've heard from them yet, if it's going to raise any red flags or if they would require anything. So that's the only unknown that we have.
Because one thing I know, not to interrupt, but we used to do like an ice fishing I'm not like this extreme guy that I always want to push the boundaries, but we used to do ice fishing contest. We did that for 13 and 14 years on North Lake. And that was back like 2 superintendents ago. I know for that thing, I just asked, we had a rider policy that they did for a few days. And if that's maybe something, I don't know if that would be charged to our department or something, but.
Well, we figure out the cost, so don't worry about that.
There are other school districts that I know of in the state of Minnesota, usually they're further up outside of our metro area, that do have wood cutting, and
Sure.
they're doing all sorts of forestry, forestry things.
So we do it at the ag, used to at the.
Yeah, more towards their ag sectors, as well as even taxidermy courses. You don't see those too often because of the nature of that work too.
Right.
There's a will in the way, so.
Yeah, so that's, and if it's a rider or maybe our existing policy, we don't have official review yet by the insurance company.
Okay, so we had a nice presentation. Before we go to questions, let's get a motion to approve. Thank you, Rob. Is there a second? Thank you, Jill. Questions?
What's your safety record? I've been on the safety committee for a little over a year now, and I haven't seen anything. It's been an issue.
25 years, I better.
25 years and no issues.
I mean, I think the worst one, I tell kids, the worst injury I've ever had was a kid was cutting out a tag board template to lay over a piece of wood, and he cut his finger with the exact line.
Okay. So good kudos to you then, so it's all
That's
really
remarkable.
diligent.
Yeah, no, I don't have any cool stories to share, but I go to
No,
those
that's
tech
okay.
meetings.
We don't want any cool stories.
No, I know, but yeah.
No, good job, man. I mean, I think it's a cool thing that we can offer that, because it's a life skill that a lot of kids, you know.
Right, and then it's all like voluntary participation, so there's, and I get over a couple years, we've got a couple kids that are like, can I just watch? I mean, and it could have been maybe they had an accident in the family or something. That's, you know, I've never made a kid do it. You know, basically, I encourage them, but if they say no, no problem. We have lots of other stuff. We even have pole saws, so like if they wanna just trim something that's way away from there.
Hey, Rob?
Yeah, for those that don't know, I was in a chainsaw accident recently and I'm still in the mood from it. So I appreciate you going through this. At first I thought it was actually on here as a joke.
When she said that about the culvert deck, and I'm like,
I didn't know before, but I wrote her to be fair. Just
So the whole
say
toe
the same thing.
protection is, yeah, neat.
And Rob had steel-toe boots on when he got the accident. So things can happen.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, yeah, that's, you know, that's part of PPE and training and your administrative controls is you have to use everything all together, and sometimes even the accidents happen. That's why they're accidents. Our goal is to just limit the extent of the injury, which, you know, if you had those kind of boots on, likely it hopefully helped you a bit, so.
So that makes,
guest speaker maybe?
what's that?
Guest speaker maybe?
There you go,
I guess
guest speaker.
Maybe. Tell the kids what not to do. So I appreciate you teaching these kids how to properly work chainsaw.
Okay, any further questions? If not, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chainsawing before Halloween this year has been approved. Thanks, Chris. All right, next up, memorandum of understanding, teachers voting holidays, is a motion to accept. Thank you, Jill. Is there a second? Second by Pam, discussion. On 6-2, no discussion, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes, thank you very much. Next up, 6.3, memo of understanding, teachers of record here. There's a motion to accept. Thank you, Jill. Is there a second? Thank you, Jake. Jake. Thank you, Nate. Nate, that's all Jake.
already.
All right. Any discussion? If none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes, thank you very much. Okay, on 6.4, we're gonna do 504, 522, and we'll have discussion separately on 606.5. We have to separate discussion on it, so is there a motion to approve policy 504 and 522? Thank you, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Rob. Discussion on 504, 522, any discussion? If not, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes, thank you. 606.5, the library stuff. Is there a motion to accept?
So
Thank you, Rob. Is there a second? A second, thank you, Mr. Burr. All right, discussion.
Before we discuss, if I could apologize to the people in the audience. I put a lot of reports on the meeting agenda, and that's why it's almost 9 o'clock. It's my fault. It wasn't intentional. Next year, I'll kind of split some of these reports up into different meetings, but I'm sorry that it took so long.
Okay, discussion on 606.5, discussion, Ms. Pam.
A lot of discussion for me. I mean, a packet you guys have in front of you. And so I have a lot to say about this. You've already heard a lot of it, but I've done more research, and so I have more to say for this discussion before we go on it. First of all, I am a Christian. You probably already know that, and I do come with a Christian worldview, and I don't live at home. So I do come to this table with that. And there's a bunch of scripture here to back up, you know, why I'm standing like I'm standing. But I'm going to review first. I don't know how many people, and I'd like to ask, how many people have actually read the internals of some of these books that we identified back in January. Have you, Mike?
I've just gone on the review process for the review.
Okay, Jill, have you read any of the inserts? Okay, good. Nate, have you read some of the inserts of these books? Okay. And Annette?
I haven't read them all, I'm just busy.
Yeah, I mean,
I've read some and I've also compared them with the book, going through and finding out what was in there and the
Good,
book,
okay.
or what was that one?
rated books or
Yes,
books?
yes.
Yeah, okay. So I'm just gonna read, and there's no swear words in it, so please don't gavel me, but I'm just gonna read, some of the explicit language that's in Soul, which I've already read some in the past in January, but I'm gonna read it. It's, alarming and it's not fun to read, so forgive me for you having to listen to it, but I'm going to read it anyway, because I think it's important that, the board hear these words and the audience hear it. And I know, Lulu spoke to it earlier and she was pretty strong about her feelings about these words. It's a very explicit, words. So this is about I believe she's a 9-year-old, child who was, sold into slavery. She didn't know what she was going to basically go get a job to help support her family and make some extra money. She did not know she was being sold into sex slavery. So I'm just gonna read this, this piece. It's on, I think, the 3rd page that I printed out for you. Then Mumtaz, which is the individual that was over her, flies at me. She grabs me by the hair and drags me across the room. She flings me onto the bed next to the old man. And then he is on top of me, holding me down with the strength of 10 men. He kisses me with lips that are slack and wet, and tastes of onions. His teeth dig into my lower lip. Underneath the weight of him, I cannot see or move or breathe. He fumbles for his pants, forces my legs apart, and I can feel him pushing himself between my thighs. I gasp for air and kick and squirt. This is a 9-year-old. I quicken, kick, and squirm. He thrusts his tongue into my mouth, and I bite down with all my might. He is squeezing my breast with his hand, like someone shopping for a melon. I try to push him away, but my arm, stone heavy from the lassie, doesn't move. She's also drugged, by the way, in further excerpts, so that she cannot move. I open my eyes, watch him squeeze my other breast. He unbuckles his belt. The fish lips man removes my dress. Then he is on top of me, and something hot and insistent is between my legs. He grunts and struggles, trying to fit himself inside of me. With a sudden thrust, I am torn in two. Oh yes, he says, panting. Habib is good in bed, and that's all on page 102. Now, this is, for those of you who have said in the past, well, you gotta read both, the page before, the page after. This book is multiple pages of this kind of content. It's very explicit, very sexual. There's violent contact, non-consensual. I really am opposed to these kinds of material being in our school libraries. Tricks, the next one that I just want to review briefly, and we've talked about it before. It's rated 5 of 5, adult only. Sold is also rated 5 of 5, based on book looks, okay? And that is not a site that we are using currently to review these books. Tricks is also rated adult only, contains pages and pages of sexually explicit excerpts involving minors, including explicit child rape and abuse, graphic violence, adult and child prostitution. Page 206 is about sniffing coke and them having sex. This is about I believe it's 5 teenagers or 6 teenagers and one LGBTQ individual that's involved in prostitution, not of their own willingness. Page 291, this is a statement out of page 291. I totally wanted to pop your cherry. You're my first virgin, you'll probably be my last because ... Sorry, but virgin sex really isn't that good. Page 299 states, I've been sold, and just who sold me? Iris, my mother. And then the bluest of eyes, which I read from in January, this is a different excerpt, is rated 4 out of 5, which is not for minors. It contains disturbing language, sexual assault, and molestation. Now, this is a little girl who wanted to have blue eyes because she didn't think that she would then be treated as she's treated. But there's sexual assault and molestation, inflammatory racial and religious commentary and references. Percola, this is an excerpt, Percola was having her father's baby. And then there's a pedophile of two young girls playing under their, a pedophile playing under two little girls' dresses as a candy. They didn't have any underwear on. And then raping this is another statement out of the book, raping your 11-year-old is okay because of the life that you've lived. Page 120, page 149, when the girl regained consciousness. So as you can see by these readings, and some of you have not heard this before, they're very, very explicit and very violent, and I don't think they're healthy for our kids. So back to page 1, I go back to my Christian. I'm Christian, and I bring my Christianity to the board. That's how I got organized to the board. But before we go on this policy, I have some statements and questions and revisions that I would like to see put in place, because we have these children in our care 5 days a week, 9 months out of the year. So there's many scriptures to discuss that what I go by, so I'm just gonna state them. Matthew 6, 9 and 10, which is well known by probably every in this room.
Okay, stand by 1 second here.
Yes.
One is the fact that if we start going into religious stuff, is that authorized to bring into our school boards all this information here?
Yes, so let me speak to that.
Okay, stand by. And what you're reading, I agree 100% some of this stuff the way it is. Yeah, please understand it when in the room that we're looking at a policy here. We finally have a policy that is the first time policy we've ever had one, because these books have come up over the last 12 months here. We now have a hired person who's gonna run the program for us to get all these books pulled together and find out just where are we at and what do we have. For example, at the middle school, we have one employee, part-time employee, and she's going through 14,000 plus books right now. That's right, 14,000 books, part-time employee to go through to find out what does she have in the middle school that does not belong in the middle school. It should maybe go upstairs to the high school, or maybe completely out of the system. So we're working on a policy right now, and I agree, and I'm not putting it down for your Christianity and everything else, but the fact of the matter, let's talk about the policy. What can we do to enhance it, to improve it? It's a very flexible policy that just now, I think we only had one meeting, maybe two.
First meeting, yeah.
First meeting, you've had only one. So we finally have something here that's working. So I'd like to stay on content for the policy and what can we do to improve it, not improve it, try it for 6 months, change it next year, I don't know. It's a fluid policy. So that's what I would stay with Pam versus going through all Matthew and, Corinthians.
Yeah, so let me just go through a couple, just because I want you guys to understand where I'm coming from, so, freedom of speech from a religious standpoint is correct. Please don't shut me down. So let me read some of these things. It's in front of you, but I do want to read some of these things. Because I think it's important for our public to understand where we come from as school board members, what we bring to the table, and that is part of what I bring to this table, and it's how I was elected. So let me just go.
That's also why we have pulled the policies together.
Correct.
To try and fix some of these books that may be within our media center.
And I've researched it, and I have some information to add. So if you'll let me continue on, I will get to that information. I did have a meeting with Claudia with Carson last Friday, and I learned some things and I shared some things with her. So I just do want to continue to go through some of this. Again, Ephesians 2:10, Matthew 6:9, our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. So I've underlined certain things. Ephesians 2:10, for we are his workmanship, created in Christ Jesus for good works, okay, which God prepared beforehand. 1 Corinthians 15:58, therefore my beloved brothers, be steadfast, immovable, always abounding in the work of the Lord, knowing the Lord is your labor is not in vain. And this is Colossians, my last one, okay? It says, whatever you do, work at it with all your heart as working for the Lord and not for human masters, since you know that you will receive an inheritance from the Lord as a reward. It is Christ who you are serving. So again, are these books that are filled with explicitly descriptive sexual acts, they denigrate the beauty of God that's created in every human being. They shouldn't be available in our students' libraries. Do you really think that these books add value to the educational process? That's a question, right? Do parents want their students reading about and learning through explicit readings how rape, incest, and oral sex are performed by teenagers and adults against children and against each other, non-possessional? More moral value is there in making these kinds of books so accessible to the kids in our schools. So if I go down, so I'll continue down what I've learned. So one of the things that I learned in researching this and really looking at it is there's a rating, right? Young adults. Young adults by the law is 18 to 26. So if you're a minor until you're the full age of accountability, which is 18. However, young adult with readers is, and I don't have this in the packet and I apologize for that, but young adult for readers is 14 to 18. Now what I've found is young adult is actual sex is only hinted at and not described. Now there's another form, there's another rating called new adult. And I believe this has been around for a bit now, according to what I was reading. And that would be the young adult, which is the hint towards sexual acts or violence, the hint towards it, so mentioning it, plus hot sex, for example, the description, the explicit description. That is for 18 plus. So I believe, based on rated books, which is a different website, which we are not currently using, which I'm requesting that we use, be used because that will bring us through the actual excerpts and the implicit violence. So if you go to then page 4, here's the language that I'm requesting to be added to library policy. You guys have seen it, although I have adjusted it somewhat. I did have a discussion with MSBA General Counsel last week, so I wanted to review what that discussion involved in my takeaways. There's the top of page 4, there's takeaways. The First Amendment protection that I've heard from this table does not mean that they belong in a school library. I know people are thinking that public libraries and school libraries are the same, and they are not the same, okay? This school board does have the authority to limit what is put in these libraries based on appropriateness for the age, okay? So there's no legal reason also that only parents can challenge books in our district. So I'm asking these questions specifically because they came up and they're in our policy, that only parents, or I believe school staff, I have to go back and look, can challenge, and students can challenge. There is nothing legally saying that our community, which we have many people here, cannot challenge them. This community is grandparents, it's aunts and uncles, it's neighbors. You know, they're going to find out about things that maybe parents aren't going to find out about. So I think it's really critical that we do not limit challenges and recommendations to only those individuals. The school board has the final decision on the appropriateness of the books in our district. Does it lack educational value or contain inappropriate language, vulgar and offensive content? So again, it's not because of a viewpoint expressed in the resource. That would be book banning. We're not talking about book banning here. We're not talking about a viewpoint expressed and saying, well, I just don't like anything about, say, the LGBTQ community. We're not talking about that. We're talking about explicit violence and sexual descriptions. And then my fourth bullet is the subject has become political. This has come from the General Counsel for MSBA. The mentioning of book banning and Moms for Liberty, that's showing the political piece of it. So if our parents want their children to be exposed to these books, they can go to a public library, or they can purchase them themselves. So we're funded by taxpayers, okay? We're funded by taxpayers in our community, and their voices have been ignored, I believe, during these school board discussions. Do these books have educational value, and are they age appropriate? So again, below I've highlighted it because I know there's a lot of words here, and I apologize for all this, but these are the things that I'm asking. Now these A through D come right from our acceptable use and safety policy for internet use, okay? We've taken these out, and I know we're going by the model for MSBA. I understand that, and I understand that that's easier, and it's easier to adjust. The problem I have with it is, I think there's too much vagueness to it. I think that we need to put these specific words in here. The rated books goes off of the MPAA, and I've got that written in here so you guys can look it up, but they do go off of the Motion Picture Association's rating system. So I think it's a good rating system. When we compare this, when I compared it against, for example, Tidal Wave, which we looked at when I met with Claudia in Carson last week, that rating system is lacking the content and the specificity of these books. It's only given a brief description that says, you know, what it's about. Maybe it says there's some sexual content. But again, when you look at young adult versus new adult, the young adult says these things are hinted to. We all know that you can talk about certain actions that are happening, but you don't have to get so explicit that it literally tells people how a child dies, how they poison themselves, how they commit abortion on themselves, what old men do to little children and how they do it exactly and how that little child feels and all those things. It's not appropriate. It's harmful to minors. And that's my concern, and I know that's the community's concern. Lulu's expressed it tonight. So there's A through E is right out of and I took obscene out because basically general counsel said, Pam, you're never gonna find obscene books in there because it's against the law, okay? And there's more description of that, and I believe that's what the training did. The review committee, additional language that I would like added, and I know we've already got one of these in one of the policies, but make a review committee a school board committee and add 2 school board members. And the reason why I'd like us to do that, I think it's a hot button right now. I think it's an important button right now that our community is very aware of. And this will ensure that the meetings are open, meaning our open meeting laws. So therefore, when we have 2 school board members or 1 school board member on this committee, people can come and listen in on the conversations and understand why the decisions are made like they're made. And I think that's important for this kind of an issue because, again, it's our community, it's our parents that are going to deal with the consequences if we have a student who goes ends up being very much harmed by the content they read out of the books. I'm saying add 2 community members. I realize that we've already got that in one of the policies. And then the third thing I'm asking for is that we add book looks rating to the policy, because right now their rating system is not, it's not descriptive enough, and this would make the committee much more efficient and effective because they can actually go to book looks and actually read the content without taking that book and reading it from front to cover. And I guarantee you that the majority of these books, the 9 books at least that I reviewed, it's not just a page or 2 out of 500 or out of 200 pages. It's page after page after page throughout the entire book. It's like going to a movie and all it is sex and violence, and it's disturbing. It's very disturbing. Going to the last page finally, so thanks for your patience, you guys. Any community manager should be able to challenge a book. I already stated that before. My notes, this is a community concern as expressed by multiple residents on 1, 2, and also a lot of individuals here have the same concern. The current rating system is flawed, and it only gives a brief overview of what the books are about. The young adult rating system is supposed to be protective, but it's really not. And then Webster's definition of explicit. That definition is fully revealed or expressed without vagueness, implications, or ambiguity, leaving no question as to the meaning, intent. Explicit can also mean offensive or graphic and is sometimes used in parental advisory warnings about movies. So again, that goes back to the movie ratings. One of the rules of the school board is to keep our students safe. This is not just physically safe, this is also mentally safe. So this does cause harm to minors. We're elected officials who have ultimate responsibility over what's available. I don't want us to advocate that to a committee or to our superintendent. We need to know what's in these books. I know we've got a process going. I met with Claudia, and there's a bunch of books that have been pulled out of the middle school. They're sitting in a box. They may not come to the high school. So I know they're in their process, but I feel that we're doing her a disgrace by not giving her more tools and expecting her to go through this book looks tool so that she can quickly get to a decision. 90% of teens are either encouraging, accepting, or neutral when they talk about pornography with their friends. So that's just where our society is. There's some other stuff in here that you can read that backs up what I'm saying, that it is harmful to kids. There's problematic sexual behavior among children and adolescents who have been exposed to this kind of material and content. The conclusion of this and the suggestive dialogue or coarse language, sexually explicit materials like all that information. Some of the consequences are distorted views of relationships and intimacy, influence on bodily image. We already have enough, mental health issues in our schools. Desensitization of violence and inappropriate behavior are the key things, unhealthy attitudes towards sexuality. And the other thing I want to bring up, which was brought up by one of our community members earlier, was the copycat. So when students read this material, they are much more likely to exercise it, and they're much more likely to have problematic sexual behavior, and violent behavior. So I would like to recommend that we add these things that I've pointed to our policy.
Okay, so we have on the floor right now, we have a motion and a second. And gives more information, what she'd like to see within the policy, which what I'm looking at is that, right with this, is that we want to take this back to the policy committee, let them take a look at it or something. Just stand by, that's what I'm looking at, otherwise you're going to be here all night. I can sit here until 1 o'clock in the morning, and we're going to have a lot of information to add or delete within this policy.
This information was given to you.
I'm talking yet. We can go all night long, or we can just take this thing and say, okay, let's pull our committee together, let's take a look what Pam's talking about, and move on from there. First of all, Jill had a hand up first. Jill, you're first.
I'd like to respond to
Stand by, Jill's next on the floor. Jill?
If we all get 20 minutes, I'm gonna start my 20 minutes now. And we will be here until 1 in the morning, because you have over 20 minutes on this. And I think we need to be cognizant of that and be respectful of all of our peers at the table. When we talked about this at the policy committee, there was 2 options that we added. We did not add any of this, we did not discuss any of this, nor was it something that was gonna be brought forward to be considered tonight. I support the motion currently as it is, as it stands. I don't have anything more to say. I'm giving my 19 minutes back.
Thank you.
Okay, next comment, Amy's next on the hand up, Amy.
So I'm on the policy committee as well, and it was asked to be brought forth to the school board because Jill and I are on opposites. I want change. She's fine with it the way it is. Last January, there was talk at this board table about this specific policy right here. And it was said, just pass it. And if you want changes, send it to the policy committee, which was done. Nothing has been done at the policy committee, so I asked that it could be put back here. There is no limitations on what can be added to this policy and what can't. Board members at this table will decide, because Jill, you and I can't. That's why it was set here. I asked for a work session on this. And this is how, and I called you on this, Mike, before the board meeting tonight. I said, why is this being approved? We haven't had a work session. We needed a work session on this. So we could just talk about this, but we haven't. So now here we are. Board members will talk about it. If it's 1 o'clock in the morning, I didn't set the agenda. But I can tell you, there's no limit, board members, to what can be put in this policy and what can't. We are the board. It was sent to the policy committee. Nothing was done for 9 months. Now it's back here. So this board needs to decide this policy because Jill and I can't do it. So I would encourage board members to make amendments. We'll vote on it when we do it, but it can and will be decided at this board table. Because it's not fair for us board members who wanted change to this last winter to still be sitting here, well, now we're gonna send it back to the policy committee. No, we're not. We're gonna decide it right here.
So what if we take and,
Can I make a comment here?
stand by, what if we take, Amy, what you're talking about there, we do a complete work session only on this policy and no other items, add it to our work session and we'll hammer it out line by line and then bring it back for a vote. What do you think about that?
It depends when you're going to have it done. I thought that's what was gonna happen. Cause I know this isn't gonna happen at a 5-minute board meeting.
Right, so that's what I'm saying.
That's why I called you today and I said, why isn't there discussion? Why aren't there different options? I had a call member from a board member asking, someone else wanted something added. And I said, well, we're the board, we can do what we want. It isn't now we have to send it back to the board policy, because it ain't working, not on this one.
Which Pam, or, yeah, Pam?
I specifically gave you guys this verbiage 5 weeks ago.
Yeah,
I printed it out for you, Vanessa handed it out, every board member has had this. I talked about it back in February, I talked about it during when the internet policy came up, and I said, this is the exact language we need in our library policy. I was told, again, to repeat what Amy said, I was told, let's just pass this policy, and then we can review it and change it later. And then I also heard from a board member, Jill, that she needed time to read the books. It is October, end of October. You guys had this specific language changes that I requested in your hands because I know some members want it in their hands to read. And you've had it for 5 weeks. We had a work session in between them. It's on the agenda now. It's not something new. You should have reviewed it. You should have had it.
I'm making a motion that we amend the existing policy that we have to add, the verbiage, that says add here, and then the review committee verbiage as well, the addition to the, changing of, it doesn't have to be a parent, it could be somebody from the community, and to include school board members to create an open meeting, more transparency.
I second it.
So you stand by, what you're asking then that is what to amend what then?
To amend the policy 6065 as you presented it to us. To amend it to include the add information that's written on this paper where it says add, the A, B through E, and then the review committee additional language.
Okay, so we have a motion to amend, to add in all this information right here.
To the, yes.
We have a,
But not the notes part.
No, not the,
Yeah.
okay, so we have an amendment, motion, who seconded it?
I second.
On record, okay. Debatable, yes it is, to amend. Let's take a look here, just to make sure we're doing it all the way through, yes, it is amendable for debate. Any discussion on the amendment? Mr. Nate?
So on the report that was sent to us last month and this month, it says administration does not recommend further altering the purchasing or removal. So the policy committee has had your verbiage plans that you presented to us. Can I just get some information as to why the policy committee did not include that in one of the two options? And then possibly why administration does not recommend adding A through E out of policy 524. So again, that came out of the policy committee. The two options that came out, this was not included, so I would like to hear what that discussion was.
Yeah, and Brandon and I can, maybe tag team some of this. First, we have a policy 606.5 that we approved. We can always change policy, and that's, why there's a discussion tonight. And then we do have some procedures that are directly related to those policies. And so they're both included on the school's website. In the procedure manual, I included, information about grade levels, and also specifically say that pornographic material and obscene material, is not allowed. And I gave the statute numbers for that. And part of the issue here is definitions. So what one person might think is pornographic may not meet the legal standard, and the same with obscenity or obscene messages. So the statutes that Pam is talking about really have a high threshold before it's considered pornographic or obscene. So that's part of the issue here, is that I might not like some of the verbiage, but it might still be legal. So, but I did at least call that out in the procedure so that people are aware of it. In terms of, I think a lot of the language here would be, I don't know, for example, disrespectful. If that was allowed, I think we would be losing a lot of books out of our media centers. I mean, we might be down to hundreds of books instead of tens of thousands of books. Get rid of disrespectful. If there's something rude, if people consider some inflammatory, there are levels of each of those things, just like pornography and obscenity. But I think if we approve something like that without really analyzing it from a legal perspective, I think we're opening up a can of worms. I know that Brandon did some research as far as comparing the internet policy with public libraries. And as you said, school libraries are not necessarily the same. But I think in the grand scheme of things, there's more latitude or more freedom of expression when you're talking about libraries than with internet access. I'm not saying that's right or wrong, but I think that's why there's a difference. And it also, the additional part was not part of the model policy. So that was another reason. In terms of the review committee, I don't know if there's any opposition to adding community members on that committee. I know that Claudia didn't seem concerned about it. I'm not concerned. Brandon, I think you thought that was at least something that could be considered. The only, not repercussion, the only consequence of it is that we're right in the middle of reviewing 2 books. And so if we add 2 more community members who are not district employees, I want to make sure that those 2 individuals are part of this review process. So it just delay, the consideration of those 2 books. Not the end of the world, but I just want to lay it out there so I don't want people to think I'm stalling because of that. That'd be the only consequence. School board members on the committee, I think it was 1 or 2 that was included in the model policy for the MSBA. The consequence there is that then everything would be an open meeting. We have to give a 3-day notice. We have some other hoops to jump through to make that happen. The other argument against school board members being on the committee is that if the library materials review committee, let's say, says no to the challenge, the person can appeal it to me. If I said no to the challenge, it gets kicked to the school board anyway. So the school board could be involved in the process, but in that case, it would be all school board members, not just 2 school board members. So I'm not sure if having school board members on the committee would really add a lot. I can see why other people, would feel differently. The third bullet, the book looks rating site. I do not believe we have any rating sites in the actual policy. I may be mistaken, Brandon. So those are not. So I don't think it would be the right thing to do to just include 1, in our actual policy. Claudia and I are okay including it as part of the procedure, which can change with time, and we might figure that other things are also valuable. One thing I like about book looks is that it's kind of what you said, Pam. You can type in a book, and if they've reviewed it, then it will list everything that some people would find objectionable. So it gives useful information. I'm not sold on their rating system because this is a while ago, so maybe they've changed things, but I am not aware that they have any licensed media specialists on the review committee at Book Works. I might be wrong, but in my mind, that should provide incredible credibility to any review process. There are people who are trained to review books, to give grade ranges, to determine if there's educational value, and things like the one rating system you said, those rating systems do include licensed media specialists from across the country. So I really put value in that, but I also value in book books because it really lists things. And if you're not reading the book, and then all of a sudden you see everything there, it could change opinions. It might lead to some people having concerns. And then the last one is any community member can challenge a book. My response to that, I understand the argument, taxpayers, community members. I still haven't figured out why a community member or a parent should be able to remove a book that another parent might want their child to read in our library. That's the one thing that kind of sticks with me. And I realize there are limits on everything. I get it. We don't want pornography or obscenity, those kinds of things. But if there are books that licensed media center specialists are rating as a high school book, it has language that I might not like, but I'm not sure if we want to remove that from the library that really provides access to all kids in our building.
And at the same time, you have book looks, that is just one of 9 companies that you can go to. So it comes down to which company do you want to use? All 9, 5 of them, 3 of them?
And we're actually the procedure, and we're willing to add book looks to that. I think it would be useful actually for the review committee to look at. So yeah, we're not opposed to that. But yeah, I think tidal wave, that's the name.
Tidal wave, and at tidal wave, you have to have a membership, so the community can't go into tidal wave. I tried, I think it was three times I went in and I didn't get to it anymore because I had used up my 3. I don't know if I get it renewed every month or every week or whatever, but I went in 3 times and that was it. They said you have to join. So to some of your comments, the review committee, having a school board member on there, it can be as needed. We already have school board committees that are as needed, and I don't think it's a big deal. We've waited for months to get these books reviewed, and it's been a few months, I think, since the original challenge has come in. And I know it's a first part of the process, but I don't think that's a good reason to not have a school board member on it. The MPAA, Motion Picture Association of America, that's how we get our PG-13s, 14s, or whatever, the ratings are. That's what the rating system is based on. So I think it's a proven long-term rating system. And when you look at the words, and again, like I said, all the reads that I've gone through around young adults, and I went into a website where authors are looking at, geez, what do I have to be careful of when I'm rating mine as a young adult? And the answers were predominantly, you can't use swear words, and you can't explicitly have the explicit violence or sexual, explicitly worded out. Those are the 2 big things that they're saying that you can't go there. Now, if you want it from 18, because again, these people are trying to sell books, right? If you go into a higher, 18 and beyond, you can do anything. But for school age students, this is harmful language. And I don't know, if we can't read, so again, back to our meeting in January, Chair Starr gavelled, one of our community members who were reading right out of Tricks, I believe it was, because there were swear words in it. If we expect respect, if we expect our kids to be respectful to each other, but yet we allow these kinds of books to have access to them, we're sending 2 different messages. We're saying, yeah, we're the trusted school system, and we believe in respecting BIPOC and LGBTQ, plus,
and all these things, we talk about inclusion and all these things, but yet we have books that literally, you guys, I've read the 9, and I know there's hundreds more, okay? There's at least, I don't know how many, Jean knows. But there's a lot more out there, and I'm telling you, they're full of the racial slurs, they're full of behaviors that we do not want our students exposed to or repeating or thinking it's okay, because gee, it's in our school library. So,
And also a follow-up here is that the young lady who read that evening, her and I had discussion prior to her reading. And I told her, if you're using any foul language, I'll gavel you. Stand by. We had young kids in the audience of grade school level. She wanted the room cleared of all young kids. And I said, no, this is a public meeting. We do not clear the room to keep adults only in here. And she was warned not to use any foul language. When she used it, she was gavelled. That's correct. So give the whole story out there.
oh, that's fine, I appreciate that, Mike, you're right, I appreciate that.
We have a minute on the ground right now. Amy?
Well, and I'll just add to that of the hypocrisy. Because you're gaveling someone because they're reading material out of something that's in our library. So I understand what, Mike, I'm not gonna question why you did it, you had every right to gavel him. I'm not gonna question that, you're the board chair, I respect you as board chair. I'm saying the hypocrisy in it, that you had to gavel him because he was reading material that came out of our library. Because it was vulgar and foul and everything that we don't want kids to hear. So amen, well, I'm right with you, gavel him. They shouldn't have been saying that, but she was reading from a book from our library. That's the hypocrisy we're talking about. So I will say that as I'm looking here, there are some that could possibly be confusing. And I want sexually explicit material out of our libraries. I think that, I would like to see that stand. I agree with you, Karsten, that some of these could be like disrespectful, threatening, inflammatory. What does those mean? I think some of this goes too far. And I want to be fair to, I don't want it in our libraries, but I also think we need to define what it is, and I'm not sure we can define it there. I think if some of this comes out, I could support this, Pam, because it is too, it is too, okay, so threatening, does that mean that we can't read a library book that, you know, years back, that someone threatened someone and that's history? That could be in our history books, because that's just the way it is. So I think some of this needs to be dialed back with keeping explicit the vulgar, the explicitly violent. Yeah, so maybe remove the threatening, disrespectful, and rude. I mean, that, I don't think, I mean, some of these are gonna come out because of the sexually explicit material, I think. I'm just trying to find out how we can have a little bit more teeth in there, Karsten, but I hear what you're saying, it needs to be something that your committee can work with. So is there something that you could see that you're okay with keeping pornography, sexually explicit material, and other visually depictions that are harmful to minor, possibly keep the sexually explicit language? And then is there anything in B that you'd be comfortable with, or what do you think? I'm trying to get somewhere, Pam, so that we can all agree to have a policy that has some teeth in it, but that we're not going overboard because of, it's different when you're on the internet than when you're looking at books and history.
Okay, Rob has a question, Rob?
Yeah, I agree with him. It's just, some of these are just too subjective. But a lot of this, I think, is covered under the state and federal law. 617.241 defines what sexual conduct means. I'll go through some of it. An act of sexual intercourse, normal or perverted, actual or simulated, including genital to genital, anal genital, or oral genital intercourse, whether between human beings or between human beings and an animal. And this talks about masturbation, physical conduct, and simulated physical conduct with the clothed or unclothed pubic areas and buttocks of human male or female, dressed as female, whether alone or between members of the same or opposite sex, and between humans and animals in the act of appropriate sexual stimulation. And then it goes on to say, it is unlawful for a person knowing or with reason to know its content and character to exhibit, sell, print, offer to sell, give away, circulate, publish, distribute, or attempt to distribute any obscene material. So I think it's already technically in policy.
Then why is it in our books? It's in our books.
Okay, everybody, Brandon had a question or comment, Brandon?
Yeah, I can speak a little bit to the definitions that we're talking about. We asked MSBA about adding the list of definitions that are in the internet policy to that. And they, since it wasn't in law, that is why they didn't include any definitions. And so he recommended going to our attorney. And so we did contact the district attorney on, and the specific question was, what is it, the A through E? That was sent to the attorney. And what if that was incorporated into 605.5? And the response is the First Amendment, some of those listed there are reasons why you can restrict library. That is clear, but they're not clear. Those definitions were not written for this purpose. And so there are some definitions where someone could view that it isn't, and that it would be violating their First Amendment right, and they could challenge the school board on that. And that was the concern from the attorney, is that there could be First Amendment challenges that arise if policy is implemented with those definitions. Probably not to a part of this maybe, or it depends on the item where in degree that fell, but it all comes down to the First Amendment, and it goes both ways. It gives the board the ability to restrict, but it also gives people the ability to challenge.
And there have been lawsuits already out there against school boards for the policies. It's in the paper last week again. Rob?
So back to more state law. I love state law. 617.291, sexually explicit material and exhibitions, purpose and policy. Subdivision 1 finding, the legislature finds that sexually explicit materials and exhibitions presented before an audience are harmful to minors. Statute 617.293, any book, pamphlet, magazine, printed material, however reproduced, or sound recording which contains any matter enumerated in Clause A, which contains explicit or detailed verbal descriptions or narrative accounts of sexual excitement, sexual conduct, which I listed earlier, which taken as whole is harmful to minors. So I think a lot of this is already covered in state law, whether we need to put those in there, but I think this is just too vague and up for interpretation.
Right, Amy?
So the pornographic sexually explicit material could easily be put in here because that is part of state law. So, I mean, I'm fine if you don't want to add it, but then do we need to add the state law here? Because everyone's saying, well, we have state law, well then why do we have books that shouldn't be in our books right now? Obviously, we're breaking the law. If we have this book, what's the name of it? Tricks and Soul, the Bluest Eye, we've broken the law. So how are we going to not break the law? That's what I'm gonna ask, because we can say, well, it's state law, so we don't need to add it to our policy. Well, okay, so we're here talking about it. How are we gonna ensure that this doesn't happen again? That we remove the books off the libraries that are breaking state law currently right now. There's other ones. And then how do we move forward?
I don't think they're breaking state law.
Well, then we're gonna add it to our policy. Because
So-
I believe if what he just read, I disagree with you, Karsten.
Well, we'd have to look at.
Because what he just read, and he can read it again, the first one, the one that I have to sit and listen to, was against state law. No one has, I'm just gonna say it. They described it, what, did you need to read it again? Where's that?
No, that's okay, stand by.
Do you want me to read it again?
Carson has the floor now.
I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but the standard to show something that is pornographic or obscene is incredibly high. Maybe it's too high from a legal standard, but it's really high.
That's correct.
So on 617.241, obscene materials, this is what they described, which I would like to add to here. It's described in state law, right here. Sexual conduct means any of the following: an act of sexual intercourse. That was in here. They described it, the sexual intercourse, the genitalia, they described really, do I have to go through this again? I mean, this is.
Do you have the statute number?
Can I make a clarification? So I had the conversation with, again, with MSBA.
Oh, wait, I didn't call on you before, you had a hand up first.
Okay, I just want to
Stand
clarify
by,
something.
stand by. Joe. Motion to leave the table. Is there a second? Is there a second? Okay, I'll second it then. All right, is it debatable? No. Can you amend it? No. So we're gonna leave the table. I'm gonna take a vote at this time. All right? Because it came up to table something, which means postpone.
Oh, the vote, so you're gonna take a vote to table it.
To table it. Correct, yeah.
Or, lay on the table.
Lay on the table, table it. Requires a second, you have a second, is it debatable? No. Is it amendable? No. The vote required is a majority. To lay on the table, you have a date, time frame you're looking at to put on the table? Okay. We have a vote, a motion to second the table, this whole process right now. And I'll follow up with what I like to do. All in favor of tabling this motion tonight, right now on the table, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Who votes no? Nay.
Aye.
Okay, 5. Okay, so it'll get tabled. All right. We still have an amendment on the floor from Annette. You want more discussion on her amendment? Because what I see here is a very complicated piece of paper. Add, delete, add this, add that, check the state law, check something else. So if you approve her amendment, some of this stuff will be questionable with law right now. What I would like to do, I'm not going to make an amendment, but what I would like to do is truly, like Amy said, have a true work session only on this issue. Go through it, put it all together, line by line by line, bring it together, give it to Brandon, he can give it to the attorney, say, attorney, what do you think about this policy? Do we have any issues with it? Let the attorney give his recommendation after we add all this good information that Pam brought to us. That's an idea I have for you. Okay? Stand by. Annette, you have an amendment on the floor. Is there a second? Is there discussion on her amendment?
We've been discussing it. It was already decided.
Yep, in a second. Rob has a question. Go ahead.
So what you're proposing is you want to move it to the next meeting?
We could do a work session, maybe one item only, the policy. So what you're asking?
That's what was my question, I guess, if we were still discussing this.
Okay, let's go to the right here first, need a hand up first.
I had my hand up before, wrong clarification.
Stand by, Nate had a hand up. Nate, go ahead, I'm gonna work down the table. Nate?
I'm okay with Pam answering.
Annette had a hand up.
Thank you.
Annette had a hand up. Annette?
I call a question.
Okay, you're calling the question on?
My amendment,
Your amendment.
on the policy with
Right.
my amendment.
Okay, you call the question on the amendment. It needs a second. Is there a second to call? Is there a second? Third time. Is there a second? All right, in discussion.
I said I'd second.
You second it. All right, so we have a second. Is it debatable? No. Is it amendable? No. It takes a 2/3 majority vote call for the question, so 5 people have to approve it. All right, all in favor to call the question for her amendment, say aye.
That's not to call the question.
You're calling the previous question.
Call the question.
It's to vote on the question.
Right.
Which
You're
question?
voting on the policy.
Your amendment?
With the amendment.
We haven't did your amendment yet. You should have your amendment sitting out
I
there.
call the question.
On your amendment.
To vote on, yes.
That's what I'm saying. On your amendment, you want to call the question. Okay, we will. It takes a majority vote to call that question.
2 votes.
Yep, or, excuse me, 2/3. 2/3. All in favor to call the question on the next amendment, say aye.
Aye. We can always revise it later. I've heard that.
All again, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, it fails. You need 5 people to approve it, to call the question. All right, now we're back to the policy itself. Pam, you're next.
All right, so I wanted to make some clarifications that we could have done a few people ago, but in talking to general counsel, you're right, pornographic is tough to meet, so I took obscene out, okay? Because you need to meet 3 pieces of that, and we can't, okay? Same thing with pornographic, so I agree we should take pornographic out. But the appropriate, age appropriateness and the sexual violence, these are again things, and again, to respond to Brandon's comments, when I had my discussion, again, it was, the school board has the final decision on the appropriateness of books in our district. Does it lack educational value? And I know you did some research on that. Or contain inappropriate language, vulgar and offensive content. Those are the words we can use. I'm willing to amend these words, to Amy's point, down and get them down, because we spent a lot of time on this, and I think we were close. We could amend it down to use those few words. So I would say if we take everything out with the exception of, okay, I'm making a motion. Make a motion to amend what I've got, the policy, okay?
Okay, just
Give me a minute so I can do this right.
You're making an amendment to the actual policy.
Yes.
You're gonna add something.
And I'm gonna add something.
Okay, stand by. We have a motion on the floor to amend. Is there a second?
I have to say what it is.
What were you gonna amend?
I have to
Well,
say
she
what
has
it
to
is
say what
first.
she's gonna amend, and then you can second.
I have to tell you what the amendment says.
We don't get a second and have discussion?
Well,
No, I have to amend it.
what she'll do is she'll say, I'm gonna make an amendment with these changes, because I don't know if I wanna second it, depending on what the changes are. So have her do the amendment with the changes, and then it may or may not get a second.
But for an amendment, though, it says here to amend, you need a second, you have the discussion, and you can amend the amendment, and then you need a majority vote.
Okay,
You can or cannot amend
You
it.
have to make the amendment.
You can. Yeah, you can amend.
Because we have another amendment on the table.
Well, we took care of
No,
it.
we took a vote.
We took care of
And
it.
that was for the previous question, right? So I think,
Well, I called the question to vote on what I have presented. And nobody allowed me to call it, and
Correct.
you're supposed to just then take a vote. When the question is called, that's when you take a vote, not on me calling the question. You're supposed to vote on, it's supposed to stop discussion, and then you're supposed to call the question and vote on it. You didn't do that. So,
in all fairness, you can't when you're in the middle of an amendment. Because what did the amendment fail or not?
when you're in debate, you can call it during debate, you can say call the question. Otherwise it could go on forever.
my
It's all
understanding,
repetitive.
my understanding is different than that. And I'm not an expert with this kind of stuff, so, but my understanding is that calling the question, if it passes, then you stop the debate and then you vote on the question itself. So in this case, it would be voting on the amendment. So the way
So did we
I
vote on
interpret
the
it,
amendment?
what's
No, we never got to voting on the amendment.
But
So you
that's,
can't call a question when you don't know what the final outcome of the question was. After we amended that, then you can call the question. We don't know what the question is right now.
All right, tell you what, then, let's clear it up right now. You called the question, it got voted down. You have a limit on the floor on that. So, and your amendment was pretty much what again? Tell us again.
My amendment was, as it's written here, add A through E, and then the review committee additional language to include 2 school board members for transparency and 2 community members who are not district employees, and add book books rating site.
And
That was my amendment.
I think also the next page, any community members who challenge the vote.
Any community.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so that's.
Not the notes.
So that was, a next amendment, we'll take a vote on it, and then we'll continue discussion, okay? So you're proud. Well, she called the question, and the question got shut down. But her amendment was never voted on.
So are we still discussing it?
Her amendment,
Yes.
we haven't voted yet. Rob?
Yeah, I think adding book looks as the only rating site is not, I don't think we need to add that to policy. I looked at the book looks, it doesn't have that many books in there, so, but yeah, so it can be a resource, but I don't know that it needs to be in policy.
Okay, so,
I would.
we had Jill, Jill, can I come back in, Jill?
So I'm not supportive of adding A through E. The attorney has recommended not adding that. I don't support something that would go against our attorneys. Adding a school board member, we talked about this at length before. One of the primary reasons was to not have, because we'll be coming back to the school board at that point in time. We also discussed to not have 2 community members because we don't want this to become a political debate. And that was one of the main discussions of why not to have community members involved, because this is a hot political topic. Adding what we're looking at to use, we don't micromanage our staff and policy on what they should be using in any policy. And what if book looks goes out of business? We're gonna have something dictated in our policy that we're required to use. I'm not supportive of that. And any community member can challenge the book. It should be somebody that has a student in our schools. So I'm not supportive of any of this.
Okay, Amy?
I would like to make an amendment so I can support this, a friendly amendment, if it's okay with.
Yes.
How do we do that? Because,
Just like that.
so I would like to make it a friendly amendment to remove A through E, but I would like to put in state law so that it's in there, or, the 617.21, that way. If it's in state law, we can define it here. So that's the obscene materials and performances and distribution and exhibition prohibited. And then if we need to have the definitions in there, they're right here. And then it's state law, if you want questions, you can call the attorney. But state law is state law.
Okay, so amend the amendment that you added to the over here, okay? Requires a second. 2 seconds?
Oh, I'm not done yet, but if you
Not done
want.
yet.
So, and I would like to make the school board, committee, I think because for the transparency that has to be posted. But I would like to say up to 2 school board members. I think they could be 1 or 2. That way, if one can't make it to the meeting, you're not, stuck where there has to be 2 of them. And I would say up to 2 community members. Not that there has to be 2, but it's okay if we have 2. I think the more involvement we have with our community members, the better. We want to hear them. We're always saying, we don't have enough involvement from our community, so here we're trying to open it up. Book looks is part of on here. I would like to see them use book looks, but I agree, I don't think it needs to be part of the policy because we don't have the other ones we're using. But I will say I like the book looks, and I would hope that Karsten and that group, and you'll have board members on there with them. But I agree that doesn't need to be in there because we don't have it. And any member can challenge the book. So that's what I would like to see in the policy. So
that's your amendment.
Yeah, does anybody know what it is, so everybody has?
Okay, we need a second to your amendment, and we have discussion. Who seconds her amendment? Rob, you do? Okay, Rob seconds it, so now we're into discussion, go ahead, Rob, and I come over to Nate. Rob?
Back to the school board members on the committee. I think in the model policy under number 8, challenge report, it says in there that it is a public hearing already, so I don't know that we need school board members on.
We weren't allowed to go to the last meeting, that was a public. Well, I was told we couldn't go, thank you, Karsten.
Is that at the library material?
Depends on how you interpret it, I guess. To me, it's.
Time and location of any public meeting held on the challenge, question, including minutes of so it is, so public can go to it according to this.
Is that for the library,
challenge?
But
material?
the time and location of any public hearing held on the challenge in question, including minutes and transcripts. That means there's gotta be minutes and transcripts and it's gotta be open to the public.
Yeah, that's for the committee itself.
The challenge,
Yeah, I
yes.
misspoke, I wasn't aware of that.
So then I would be okay, well, we'll listen to Brandon.
Stand by, 1 second, Nate had the hand up, Nate, go ahead.
I'm gonna let Brandon answer that question.
Yeah.
I think the public hearing is on the red line. It's not approved yet. That's new. Am I missing that?
It's not in our current policy.
But it's-
That's also put on there.
So I'm just addressing.
Oh, yes, sorry, this is MSBA model policy, yes.
Yeah, so.
It's not in the current.
So we would have to add, so why don't
Stand by, Nate, that hand up, Nate.
Okay, so, discussion, based off of what, Pam had written here. I am not in favor of having A through E in the policy. I do think that those items are applicable for the procedure and some of the items that our committee should be looking at, but not necessarily put into the policy, again, because that is so subjective. And definitions are not defined, state law does not define every one of them in the policy. When it comes to the book looks rating site, again, our procedures say that we use sites like, so it opens it up to allow us to use that site. I think that is something that we should be doing. We should be using multiple sources, not just 1 or 2. We should be using multiple, and the book looks rating is one that should be able to be used by our committee when they look at it. When it comes to school board members on the committee, I do not support school board members on the committee solely because this committee makes a decision. It does not make a recommendation to the school board. It could be a decision-making committee. Therefore, only 2 voices are being heard if we're up to 2 school board members. Now, we know that it can go up to the school board at some point, and that is for whoever is challenging and asking for the review. But if the committee agrees to remove it and there is no further action, if it's just 2 school board members on there, they could sway a decision because they are making a decision in that committee. And then it would have to be re-challenged to the superintendent and then again re-challenged to the full school board. I do support Amy's discussion of up to 2 community members on the committee. Again, I would really like to see our procedure on how we do that and how we ensure that that is, those community members are selected without a biased, standpoint. They're not part of the challenge or against the challenge, that they are selected. I know the model policy talks about they have no connection to the challenge. I like that piece of it. And then I too agree with superintendent on any community member being able to challenge. That is extremely tough to understand that portion if it's not someone that is specifically associated with our students. How do we control that when it comes to who can challenge and what can challenge? So that's my point of view on it. Amy, I like your portions of your amendment to that. That's my thing. Amy?
Can I change my, since I'm in it, and I don't even know if I'm a second, but can I take off the school board? And then I would like this challenge, I'd like this be this added then to our policy, because it's not in our policy, but it's in the MSBA policy, and I don't know why it was taken out in the first place, but I like the date, the time, and location of any public hearing held on a challenging question, including minutes and transcripts, because then it is part of the, that's why I wanted 2 board members on there, was for the transparency. With this, it makes it more transparent for our public, so they can read what was discussed and everything. So does my amendment need to be gone over again?
I was gonna say, can you?
That was your amendment, if you make some changes, I'll allow that.
Okay, first of all, he's putting his hand in.
Are we looking at, because I think everything you're saying is in the red line that is proposed to be added tonight.
Okay,
Right.
yeah.
Okay, all right.
Okay, yes.
So we
So
don't need
this-
to use an amendment for that. Okay.
No, and so I'm fine with removing the school board, removing my amendment to put school board committee members on that review committee, so. Do I need to go over what my amendment is?
Okay,
Yes.
Can I make another comment before you do?
Yeah, go ahead.
One of the things, where was I at, basically, there's so much going back and forth. My concern with not being more descriptive, with the explicitly violent, explicitly sexual material, and the profanity, we all know what profanity is, right? It's swear words. How do we keep these books from reappearing or coming in? So one of the things, the difference between the challenge part, so I know we're talking more about the challenge part right now. My concern is also, they shouldn't come in to start with. Right now, based on the tidal wave, based on, what was the other, there's a few, based on those review, there's no content. And so when somebody is gonna bring a book in because the vendor says this is a great book, the author says it's a great book, all that, we don't have the right tools, okay? I'm looking at BookLooks as a tool. We don't have the right tools in place to make sure that we're not bringing the explicitly sexual, explicitly violent literature, fiction, into our, I'm not talking history books and that kind of thing, that's curriculum. But we don't have anything to keep those things out right now because it's just a vague description, it's not explicitly described. So that's what I wanted to say, and I would say explicitly violent or explicitly sexual or profanity. And I guess I'm okay with keeping the school board member out as long as we've, addressed it there. So that's what I want to say.
Okay,
The challenge piece is one thing, the bringing the books in is a part of policy, I think.
Amy, you have a amendment on the floor.
Yeah, so I wanna make sure, do our board members aware of what the amendment is now, because we've come. I would like somewhat underneath, instead of having A through E, I would like the state law added for reading on here where it says what you can and can't do, because everybody says, well, you can't define it. I mean, here it's pretty defined by state law. I would like it in our policy at state law, and if it ever changes.
Is that for pornography and obscene materials?
That is for, yes, and for harmful materials.
For what?
Harmful to minors.
Harmful to minors, so I'm not sure,
Just super harmful.
there's, here it's part of 617.293, you can just talk about the law of how harmful materials, dissemination, and displays to minors are prohibited and state the law. And then if you read the law, it says any book, pamphlet, magazine, printed material reproduced, sound recorded, which contains any matter enumerated in class, or which contains explicit detailed verbal descriptions or narratives, accounts of sexual excitement, sexual conduct, abuse is harmful to minors, so it's in state law. So I would like both of these then put into our policy. Because we can add state law in there, we do at the bottom all the time.
Okay, let's add in, Joe's question.
So, I'm struggling with this because I think you have to look at statute in the context of the statute that's written. 617-293 is, the first line of it is unlawful for any person knowingly to sell or loan for monetary consideration to a minor. We are not selling books. We are not loaning for monetary consideration. That's what this whole description is about. So I think you need to be careful on what statutes that you're gonna put in that you reference. I think we need to have legal guidance on that before we quote a statute to put in our policy.
Well, then we can just talk about how they describe it, then we don't have to put in 617.241, but I would like to then add in sexual conduct, meaning any of the following, any sexual intercourse, normal or perverted, actual, simulated, including genitalia, and anal genitalia or oral genitalia intercourse, whether between human beings or between a human being and an animal. I'm fine with putting that in there. I mean, I hear everybody say, well, we don't know, it's not descriptive enough. This is pretty descriptive. That's fine, you can put it in there. But I'm not in favor, and why it came back here is because it wasn't harsh enough. And I'm not for putting in threatening, disrespectful, inflammatory, rude. You know, I understand that that's hard to read, but pornographic, sexually explicit materials shouldn't be that difficult to keep out of the schools.
So I totally agree with you. We just need to leave the word pornographic and obscene out, because per law, though there's three things that they have to meet. So I learned that from general counsel and from reading it over and over again. But the words that you're describing, we can as a board say, we don't want these types of materials in our, because they're inappropriate in the mind of the board. So if this board has a majority vote that says these are inappropriate and lack educational value, the words that Amy just said, I'm ready to say yes, let's go with that amendment. So I second that if that's where you're at.
So do I need to read all these that are on here that I would like put in our
Let's find out, Nate, what your question?
policy?
I might be opening up a different can, but Superintendent, does having sexual explicit material in a policy limit how we teach sexual ed in our health classes? Does it affect curriculum at all? If we have it in a policy that bans it, does that also cover some of the
Sex education.
the classes and the curriculum that we use?
I think it depends on, well, first, if it's in the media center or not, and then also on the exact definition of what sexually explicit means.
So I'm not comfortable adding that until we have a clear answer on that piece.
We're not approving curriculum, we're approving library policy. So this is library materials. I'm not talking curriculum. This isn't anything to do with curriculum. I would hope they wouldn't, you know.
But and I don't know the answer to this, but there might be books in the media center that's related to the curriculum. I don't know. You know, or what is sexually explicit? Does it include kissing?
Do you want me to read again what it includes? I just read it. I can read it again. I read an act of sexual intercourse, normal or perverted, actual or simulated, including genital, anal genital or oral genital intercourse, whether between human beings or between a human and an animal. Masturbation, and goes on to explain the masturbation. Physical contact. I mean, I can read it again, but we can have B and then 1, 3, and 4 in here, and it's pretty self-explanatory what the board doesn't want and what is, because some of it is in our library right now, what the board doesn't want in the library. So to hear this, oh my gosh, we're gonna affect curriculum. This is a library policy, so I'm not gonna, so I'm not gonna skirt out on it.
So 617, 241, obscene materials. This is all about enforcement of the law regarding a crime. And then it describes everything that you described is what is unlawful. And it describes what is unlawful, like exhibiting, producing, presenting, participating in. And it tells what you're guilty of, and how much your fine will be, and how many days you can still be in prison. Again, this statute is interpreted for applying the law, not for what we're looking for. And that was exactly what the attorney said. You have to be looking at what the law applies to. And we're grasping at straws to grab a statute that does not apply for the purposes that you're looking for.
As I stated, we can remove 617.241. I'm using descriptive law to put in it instead of A through C. So I don't need 617.241 in here. I'm not gonna, but I do like what they describe, which is against the law currently in our library policy, that we can't have books that do it. I'm perfectly comfortable with that.
Except if you read the very first part where it talks about obscene, it says.
I didn't mention obscene.
She took it out.
I said the sexual misconduct is.
Right.
It means any of the following, and then we can name 1, 3, and 4.
But
And then
it's not against the law, what you just described. Here, obscene means the work taken as a whole that appeals to the prurient interest in sex and depicts or describes in a patently offensive manner sexual conduct in which, taken as a whole, does not have any serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value.
yeah, that's why I'm not
So,
including obscene.
If there are books that have that value, then it's not obscene.
You're not including obscene.
But I'm not including obscene.
She didn't use that word.
Yeah, you're using everything else.
I'm using, I excluded 617.241. We're not talking about obscene materials. What I would like is the sexual conduct. Or
So
sexual, okay, and
sexual
anything out, the number 1, the number 3, and the number 4 could be part of our policy. Very easily. And I would hope everybody would be in favor of not having that within our school library. But I'm not mentioning, so we don't want books that are, yeah, I'm fine with that.
I want to second that.
All right. So we have a amendment on the floor. It's been seconded. Lots of discussion.
And just for review.
The amendment is, yes, the amendment is to add into the current written policy, correct?
Yeah.
What is?
To add this, and then, but I'm not in favor anymore of doing the school board members. And but I am in favor of the committee.
Within your amendment, I'm just looking at the law down the road someday here. Within your amendment, would you agree that once we add all this together, it will not be official until we present it to our attorney and let them read through it line by line on all the things that we all want to add to it to make sure we're not violating any law of Minnesota. We allow something like that. If we can approve it tonight, it really won't be official until we give it to our legal counsel and allow them the opportunity to read through it. Because we are not the legal minds in here, and I don't want to get the district in trouble here. I want to go with Rob first and then Pam. Rob?
Is it possible to just make tonight the first reading of this new
That's what we're
amendment?
doing anyway.
Say again,
And
no?
then vote on it next meeting? Make this the first reading of it?
Well, this is the first reading, this is a action item.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm just saying it doesn't have to be, you can do whatever you want.
Well, that's why I say go to the work session and you do it. But I don't, can you do that? You take an action item and go back to went to our action item?
Yeah.
Hey, Pam?
Okay, so again, talking to MSBA General Counsel, Terry Morrow, okay? The school board has the final decision on the appropriateness of books, which is exactly what Amy is describing. She's saying, we as a school board, we're not talking law anymore. We're not talking that statute. She's just using that language in there because it describes what the school board does not want. It's describing that it's inappropriate to have these things in there. And if we can't agree on that,
I think our community's gonna throw us all out. I mean, literally, if this gets out that we can't agree that those things are not okay to have in our libraries, I don't know what we're doing. But what I'm saying is her general counsel is the school board, this is his words, has the final decision on the appropriateness of books in our district. Does it lack educational value or contain inappropriate language? And he actually let me use the word vulgar and offensive content. Again, not because of a viewpoint. It's vulgar and inappropriate for students, for minors. It's harmful to minors. So I'm just gonna say that. That's the end of what I'm gonna say, but that's, we keep going around it.
So what you're saying is, when you're talking about the definition of sexual conduct, that means we'd have to remove every book that talks about an act of sexual intercourse. Not the details of it, but just the act of sexual intercourse.
The explicitness.
It doesn't say
We
that.
talk explicit then. We add explicit.
It says
I don't
an
have that in
act of
front of me.
sexual intercourse is part, the first
That was
one
part of
under
the law,
definition of
explicitly sexual content, which would include that.
Right, but what I'm saying, we're throwing out things, and we're not sure what the actual consequence would be. I mean, if we talk about the act of sexual intercourse, then what if there's a really meaningful, strong story about an incestual relationship between a father and a daughter, let's say? Does that mean we cannot have that reference at all in any book that we have?
Amy, were you actually talking explicit? Because explicit's different. It's step by step, and if we have to spell that out, step by step, because here, again, I go back to the young adult, the 14 to 18-year-old. Actual sex is only hinted at and not described. And I did define explicit, I believe, in my writings here, and I read it.
But what's the source of that definition?
Webster's.
14 to 18?
No, I'm talking explicit. If you want a description of what explicit
Young adult is
means.
14 to 18. Who
That's-
made that?
That's
What's
from
the source?
well, there was a number of sources that I saw over and over. I think any of our experts would say 14 to 18-year-olds, but it's the hint at it, and then the new adult, the explicit description of would be 18 and above. We do have,
That's how you.
I do have an explicit definition here somewhere.
Okay, while you're looking for that, Jill has a question, go ahead, Jill.
Yeah, so I just want to read something, I believe, I'm Christian, and I've read the Bible, and if we have a Bible in our library, we would have to remove that also, because there's sexual references all throughout the Bible. There's a lot of books that have sexual references in it that are explicit that you would be ruling out. So for example, in Ezekiel, you also took the fine jewelry I gave you, the jewelry made of gold and silver, and you made yourself male idols engaged in prostitution with them. So that's one example. There's multiple ones, such as if two men and a man and his countryman are struggling together, and the wife of one comes near to deliver her husband from the hand of the one who is striking him, and puts out her hand and seizes his genitals, then you cut off her hand, you shall not show pity.
But they're not talking.
No,
I'm talking.
This is my example.
Stand by, stand
I don't
by,
think that would get removed.
stand by. Okay.
It's not as explicit.
Nate, second, Nate.
It's not
Let's
explicit.
go. Jill, back to you.
I'm fine.
Okay, all right, so we have a lot of stuff here, folks. It's been good discussion, I agree. Again, we have the amendment on the floor of Amy's, and in a second, to the policy that we're discussing right here. Again, my biggest fear is that we're gonna get ourselves in trouble on the legal side if we add one line, one sentence, one paragraph that may not be correct. We can still vote on it and approve it. Yet, before you really implement it, I would like to have our attorney take a look at it. So think about that.
Yeah, I don't know I mean, I can understand, directing us to draft something, but I don't think we should approve it. Yeah, until we've actually looked at improvement, and I know that Brian and I spoke about that, if there's something other than what's in our MSB model policy, it would be much, if it's anything else, then I think we need to draft it and come back with it. And we can do that based on the discussion that we have.
Yeah, that'd be good, get Robin and Hannah.
I guess I'm just reiterating what I said the last time, if this could be the first reading and vote on it at the next meeting, or change the next meeting from a work session to an actual meeting.
The best part is that the next meeting is a regular meeting because we have to approve election results. So that part's good.
Because then we can clean this up and we know exactly what we're voting on right now, and we just kind of.
A lot of information, how the college is being put into it. Miss Amy?
We need to vote on the amendment so that it can be sent back, and then this policy can be brought forth at the next, as the policy for the next meeting.
Yeah, we need to decide what we should consider adding, or, what we would add to bring back, yeah.
Well, I've already said what I wanted added.
Sure, defined it.
Okay, so what we can do is, we can send information to the superintendent. or
So
have-
I'm not gonna send it, we're gonna get a policy so that we can send it, so they can write it up, and that policy comes back to this committee
Correct.
at the next meeting.
Correct.
So the changes that we'd like made is to add sexual conduct, means any of the following, and then we put in 1, 3, and 4.
You take ABC?
That these books will not be, do you have this, Karsten, or do you need it? So I'll give this to you after tonight.
1, 3, and 4,
Yes.
what's, you might just,
It talks about what sexual conduct means, any of the following, and that's what I read. The act of sexual intercourse, normal or perverted act. So I've read this explicit 3, yes. No, but we can add that if you want. Do you
I
want?
think we want explicit, because we have a definition of what explicit means, it's
Okay.
leaving no question as to the meaning.
So we'll
It's
need
not
the act of explicit intercourse. So we'll add that to one.
So let's take and, those items in, make sure you get a hard copy, so we know the verbiage if you want.
But I want to read it for the board so that they're aware of what they're voting on tonight to send back.
Right, right.
So an act as sexual, an explicit. No, it's okay. An act of explicit sexual intercourse, normal or perverted, actual or simulated, including genital to genital, anal to genital, or oral to genital intercourse, whether between human beings or between a human being and an animal. It would be then number 2 would be masturbation, excretionary functions or lewd expeditions of the genitals, including any explicit close-up. Maybe we don't wanna put that, well, that.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, I'm not gonna add that one. So then I'll go to the next one, the physical contact, simulated physical contact with or clothed area, pubic areas or buttocks of the human or male, female, or the breasts of the female alone, or whether between 2 members of the same or opposite sex, or between human beings and animals in the act of apparent explicit sexual stimulation and gratification. So those
That's right, Nate, be next.
And then to add the 2 members of the committee, the 2 community members to the committee, and highly encouraged, but I won't put it, to have book books in that community members. I'm fine with community members. Challenging, yeah.
Hey, Nate?
I would like a copy of whatever we're discussing, I think superintendent would like it.
Yep.
We're reading through numbers and stuff, and we don't have any of that in front of us.
Yep.
So, I would like it now. Is there a reference as to Because before I vote on anything, we have talked and said so many words
Yeah, I don't,
of what we're doing. I want to know what we're actually voting on, what the verbiage is, and I think the superintendent will know that to him as well, as he's looking at things.
So what I see here, Amy, we just passed down to Nate, those are the 3 items.
2, I think it nailed down 2, because the one was like,
Can we make copies of it real quick?
sure.
Okay, so that's just one to add, is there anything above and beyond what's on that piece of paper?
Chris can do it.
Well, there's things that she, there's a couple things on here.
Vincent, you could make, or Chris, make a few extra for the public as well.
Okay, stand by, hey, if there's a meeting going on here, Amy, is there anything else besides the items of that paper you passed down to Nate? Right, anything else?
Yeah, and I described here the adding of the 2 community members to the review committee. And then that any community member can let them know of a concern and it'll go through the
Is
process.
that on that paper you passed down? Those notes on that paper? Okay. Okay.
So that's my amendment.
So we'll get the copy back, we had to know what's on the amendment, and then we have a second, we had a lot of discussion, we have to pass the amendment. Or not pass the amendment, and then we gotta pass the policy to it, right?
No.
Then you have to set the next amendment.
You could hear?
Typically, it would, but if we're rewriting something, we'll have to bring it back.
Right. Correct,
So.
correct.
We did not.
That's what we said earlier, we write it and bring it back to us. Say again, Vanessa?
I don't not believe we voted on that original motion.
No, she made a friendly amendment to
To
my
that.
amendment.
Right, to her own amendment, correct.
Who made the motion?
And then Pam seconded the
Okay, then,
Friendly
I don't think,
Rob did.
Rob did.
I don't think Amy can make the friendly amendment, isn't it? Somebody needs.
I'm just changing my
Just
amendment,
changing your wording, yeah.
because I made the original amendment. I can change it.
So, I love it.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hello, everybody.
No, that was,
I made the amendment and then she friendly amended my amendment.
Yeah, and then I seconded it.
Boy, now here's my suggestion, it's up to you guys, I think we should vote down the amendment, vote down the motion, but then give us a directive to revise the policy with such and such. That'd be the clearest.
You need this?
You see what I'm saying? Because I'm not sure about the friendly amendments and what's amended to the amendment and how does that impact the motion? But if we just said.
We haven't voted on it, so we can vote on this, adding B, 1, but not 3, it was just 1 and 4 to the policy. And that would be underneath, you know, instead of the A through E, we would add this language. And then to make the, add 2 community members who are not district employees. And then to add that any community member can challenge, and that would be my amendment to the policy that we can vote on. And that policy would then come forth at the next board meeting. If we all vote yes for it, which we
Where's
need
the
to do.
definition of explicit?
Explicit is
It's on
written.
page 2 of my.
I know I saw it, but I can't.
Right here, I'm
So if we vote to approve it, we're not approving it until the next meeting, we're just voting.
We're voting to change it out.
Voting to change the policy, but not voting to accept the change policy.
No.
I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
How will it be brought to the next meeting if we approve that?
So stand by and hand it over.
So,
Hey, folks, please in the background, keep your noise down, please, thank you. Nate?
the agenda item that we approved at the beginning of our meeting was to vote on approval of this policy, 6065. So I fully support what the superintendent recommended, that we vote to not approve 6065. And then we have a discussion that mandates or directs administration to rewrite the policy and bring it back to the board. So we've all discussed that this is a first reading, but that is not our agenda item that we approved. Was an action item to approve 606.5, not to amend it, not to change it, not to not approve it and then bring it to the next meeting. It was to approve it. So we either approve it or we don't approve it. And then we go forward with what we want to make changes on the policy. I think that's most likely our smoothest route. Right now, we've got 4 different motions, because we have the original one still, we have an amendment, we have a friendly amendment, and then maybe a second friendly amendment. So that's my recommendation. I like what superintendent suggested. I think it's going to make it much more clean for us as a board.
The only thing is that we want to make sure that we don't consider that as a failed motion, and then all of a sudden we need someone to bring it back, the next meeting who had voted against it. As long as we have that understanding. Yeah. But yeah, that's kind of, Nate and I are saying the same thing.
Okay, Amy and then Jill. Amy?
Yeah.
Okay, Jill?
I'm gonna try a motion to table again with the intent that the superintendent could bring back a different document at the next meeting.
You want to leave?
Because it will cover, it will get us to the ends to the means of what we want to discuss it at the next meeting with the revised document.
You would table it to November 11th.
Well,
sorry.
Okay, they're gonna call or to lay the table. Is there a second? There's a Nate to the second. Is it debatable? No. Is it amendable? No. Majority vote. All right, we're gonna take a vote to table this until November 12th, with administration working on it to bring back something to us, correct?
Correct.
All right, so that's what we're doing. Rob? Question?
No.
Yeah, because it's a table. Requires a second, we have it. Is it debatable? No. Is it amendable? No. Vote required majority. Roll call vote. Nate?
Yes.
The table, yes. Annette?
No.
Pam?
No.
Rob?
No.
Amy?
No.
Jill?
Yes.
Mike, yes. All right, so your table fails. Okay. Now, we still have the amendment on the floor here with Amy over here, with all the stuff she's added. We're going to take a vote on the amendment.
So, yeah, so just so you guys have all in front of you, it's to add B1 and 4. So it would be 1, but 4 would become 2 in our, whatever, however you want to list it. And then again, it's to add 2 community members to the committee, and that anybody can challenge a book. So that would be added to the policy that we would then vote on. So let's first vote on that amendment.
In addition to those other words on the MSBA.
Yeah. Well, that's part of it. I think that's already on there. They already added this. This is already added.
That was on the proposed.
Yeah, but we'll keep that on the proposed. So that stays. Brandon knows, yeah. Okay, so.
I'm starting to think that so that maybe Rob does have, or let me just ask you this question. And so then, to make sure we're looking at the same, that you want, Brandon and I to come up with policy changes that would include what Amy suggested, for consideration by the board for approval, the whole policy approval at the next meeting, November 12th.
So I'm asking that these be put in and that this policy be brought forth as the policy 606.5, the new policy.
Including the other changes that were already in 606.5. Yeah, I think we're saying the same thing.
And then if there's some big, huge red flag, the board cannot, as you told us last year, we can always change it. That was told to us last year, we waited a year. I would like to change it now, then if there's something that's huge and needs to be changed, we can always change it, right? We can always change it.
But be considered, so it could be voted up or down.
Yes, we'll find out.
So, I don't know, so
This might be a solution. I propose that what you approve tonight would be effective November 13th, because it will come back again the 12th. And if you do nothing, it would be in place on the 13th, but it would give us an opportunity if something was illegal or maybe one word needed to be twitched, that you wouldn't have an effect tomorrow. Wrong. So it was
Perfect.
I respectfully disagree with that though, because before we vote on policy, regardless of the effective date, we need to see it in the policy. So, but if we could do that, bring it back on November 12th, if it passes, then it's the next day. But I'm really concerned about how is this gonna be part of the policy. Again, it's up to the board,
So that's. Yeah, so, I'm fine with everyone voting no.
Rob?
So I guess if you're fine with them voting, how are we voting the next meeting?
We're going to approve this policy. And, but it wouldn't be, right,
The amendment.
the amendment, and then we have to vote on the policy because it is an action item.
Right.
And then if the board approves it, it wouldn't, but it'll be on a date of November 13th that it would go into effect. And if anything needed to be changed, Brandon would let us know at the next meeting, but if it doesn't, we're fine. I'm fine with that because that's what we were told last January. Don't worry about it. So we can change it.
Again, I'm opposed to that. It's a lot cleaner if I can bring something on November 12th and we can vote it up or down. It should have the same effect, but I think it's complicated to say, well, it's okay unless the lawyer says it's not.
Okay, Rob, last comment?
So we're voting on the amendment first.
Correct.
Okay.
And then from there, we go back to the policy.
Let's do
Well,
that.
then we go to the next one then.
No, she.
No, it's already done.
No, we're okay there.
Would, another way of doing it, and then would you be willing to just withdraw?
Withdraw my amendment.
Yeah, thank you.
All
And
right.
then we can vote on the amendment that he
Correct. And we're doing that right now. All right, so we're gonna do a roll call vote on the amendment. Amy, yes or no?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Pam?
Yes.
Annette?
Yes.
Nate?
No.
Bill?
No.
Star, no. So it's 4-3, but it passes. Okay, now for the policy. Rob, has a question?
Let me go to Joe first.
Oh, you don't.
Motion to table. And the logic behind this is you've already got your motion. They can work on the language in the policy and bring it back to us as a policy to discuss at our next meeting. And we'll give the superintendent the time to research it and Brandon the time to research it and ensure we're legal.
Okay, so we have a motion, requires a second, or a second to, table it again. Second by Nate. Is it debatable no, amendable no, majority vote, to lay on the table? Jill?
Yes.
Nate?
Yes.
Annette?
No.
Pam?
No,
Rob?
Yes.
Amy?
No.
Star, yes. All right, so this motion has been tabled. We have all the information from the amendment that was passed by Amy over here. All the information can be passed over to the superintendent. If there's anything you're looking for, Amy, to add, delete, whatever, please let him know. So,
Well,
yeah.
I don't feel doing that because we amended it as the board approved, so I'm fine.
I think that
Because I
this is
think,
pretty clear.
yeah, that's clear. Yep, we're
But
good.
it's not just this, it's also the, 2 community members who are not
Yep.
district employees,
Yep.
and any community member can challenge.
Yep.
Okay, so that will be worked on between now and.
And the open meeting, the challenge.
Public hearings in there already.
Okay, awesome.
All right, well, good. Well, that was only about a half-hour meeting. Great. That was pretty good discussion.
It was a great meeting.
All right. Upcoming meetings, we're not done, upcoming meetings and our topics, you see what's on your board out there, let us know if you see something. School board member reports, go ahead, Nate.
I had a couple items. We have reviewed the superintendent contract and it will be sent, or will be, sent back to Brandon for, to be brought to the board at the next board meeting. And then, I wanted to highlight, we discussed it a little bit, or superintendent discussed it at the meeting we had at the high school of Science Manufacturing. And what a great showing that the district had, with those representatives. They truly love what we're doing. It was a good event overall.
Good.
Nothing.
Pam?
Safety committee, just a real high look at it. Work comp update, from July 1st of 24 through October 21st of 24, we got 7 claims. 7 are open, 0 closed, 5 are medical only, 2 lost times. We paid $245, research are still $52,000. Total incurred is $52,330. 7 claims, 3 miscellaneous trainings, 2 student staff contusions, 1 lifting strain, and 1 miscellaneous fall. So that's so far from July 1st through October.
Great, thank
So
you.
4 months of.
Yes. Yep.
Rob?
Yeah, it's already been discussed about the same manufacturing plan, the superintendent. And also just congrats to the girls soccer team for making the state. There was a tough game in the rain, the first round of state, but they did a good job this year.
And a late game as well.
Late, it didn't start till 9.
One thing, I was doing a haircut to a student at the high school. What is, and I have a question, what is our procedure on, because we have a new trimester coming up. When does it start?
December 2nd.
What?
December 2nd.
December 2nd. What is the procedure with regards to pronouns? We've had someone ask us at the board, and this student actually had the question. She wanted to know what it was because a teacher at the high school stood up in front of the class and started asking for pronouns and what their preferred pronouns were. And she said, I thought we weren't doing that in our district. And I said, well, I'll ask. We've never had an answer. They've never really come back and said what it was. But I would get that, and I will be calling the student back. But I have the name of the teacher, but I'm not gonna say it tonight.
Yeah, if you look on our website under policy 522, I believe, there's not only the policy, but also a procedure related to personal pronouns and a form related to personal pronouns. So that's officially what we have.
No, we have I'm aware of the official piece of paper that they fill out. What I wasn't aware of is that, I thought students just walked up privately at the beginning of a class and privately handled that stuff, that we weren't pushing the pronouns from an instructional point, and that's what a lot of parents don't want.
Yeah, the procedure does not address that, but I'm interested in knowing more about that particular interaction, so
I can give you the name of the instructor.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Joe? I have just a couple items. One, remember, next meeting, November 12th, on a Tuesday, because Veterans Day is on Monday the 11th this year. Our flyers just came out. We have 2 programs this year on the, really, I have 3 in the schools. We have the St. Francis High School is on Monday the 11th, 8:46 and 9:46. Please invite all your family members that are veterans out there. The following day, the 12th, will be the middle school. Middle school, November 12th, from 8 to 8:45. For their vets program, and I'll be at East Bethel Elementary School at 2 o'clock on the 11th for the kids doing their vet program. So we have some vet programs going on. Please invite all your relatives, friends, neighbors who are veterans to one of our 2 programs. And the high school or the middle school, and we have secured a couple of really outstanding great speakers this year for both locations. The last thing I want to pass on is thank you to the board tonight for all your comments, discussions, inputs, and we were very, very civil tonight. We had a good meeting. And I want to appreciate and say thank you for everybody, how we discussed tonight, how we discussed information, add, delete, amend this, amend that. MSBA always gives you a cheat card. So thank you for allowing me to go through this line by line to find it. We don't mess it up too bad. So thank you for tonight's discussion. That's all I have. It's only 10:50.
So much for
Halloween.
You're in